be bold.
It is time for the games! That's a very niche reference. Raise your hand if you know what that's from. Though it's said, if I remember correctly, more like, it's time for the games! It's from the 90s Spider-Man. One of the weird later episodes where he gets kidnapped by, like, subterranean lizard men and forced into gladiatorial combat. If I remember correctly. How's everybody doing? How are we feeling? On this sunny, beautiful Sunday. La 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 la. La 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 la. I don't have anything to show off or like chat about or whatever. I think we're just gonna get right into it. So, we last played this game in October of last year. Only played the one session. It was cute. It was interesting. It was spooky. I liked it a lot. The premise is that I'm pretty sure we're like either a werewolf or like polymerized or something, but we're a little boy named Basil, and now that I look at it, that window isn't lined up correctly. Should be another line there. That's fine. That's whatever. We're a little boy named Basil who's gotten turned into like a wolf pup. Or maybe he always was one. We don't know. His grandma seems to know things, though she's only spoken about in memory. We were running through the woods and we found ourselves at a creepy mansion. This place seems like super, super haunted. There's a little girl in here named Dove, and she's been taking care of us, and she's like a witch in training, I think. And there are various spirits and other characters roaming around the house, and it seems like the ghosts and stuff are like either servants or staff or like friends of the family that used to work there, and we are going around sneaking behind her father's back to try and basically collect their what's the thing that liches have? What the fuck is it? The little object that liches' souls are bound to. Jesus Christ. Anyway, we're trying to find that for each of them to set them free. And Dove's dad is also here, and he's scary and angry. And she's got possibly a brother who's like a little shithead. That's about it. Episodic game? No, I just didn't fucking play it because I was busy and distracted. I don't know how long the game is. We might finish it today. I can't imagine it to be longer than like 2 more sittings tops, so... What is it called? It's, if I remember correctly, it's named after something from like Judaism or something? Not a reliquary, no, it's... Help! Help! Hang on. I gotta Google this or else I'm gonna go insane. Phylactery! Jesus Christ, that's it. Anyway. You can still see in here, there's a little music box and rain on the window kind of sound going on. Ready to get right into it. How are the volume levels? I'm gonna be voice acting and I'm probably gonna be pretty quiet because Dove is just a little thing. Is her name Basil or Cecil? I don't remember which. Anyway. See? Saturday, October 5th. Crazy. Basil, that's what, yeah, okay. Sad radio because Dad was drunk. Oh yeah, trigger warning, this game's got like scary horror stuff in it, and like themes of, an overarching theme of like domestic abuse probably. So, lots of horror, lots of gore, lots of scary shit. There's been a bit of, there has been animal death, unfortunately, so if that's not your thing, probably hop out. Dove barely speaks the next day. But the witch once again disrupts the night with loud sounds from his phonograph. Hang on. I'm moving this closer so you guys can hear me better. Sometimes it sounds like he's conversing with someone. At first I thought I would hear the voice of the boy from the hallway responding to him, but it's someone completely else. I've started to notice the witch's pattern. Dove must be very familiar with it. Every morning, it's like she can read the signs that will tell her what the witch will be doing for the day. I wonder if the signs apply for the boy as well. Hang on. I have tended to Al this morning, so he should be generally out of our hair, but you never know. On the next quiet day, we search the manor for the other two ghosts. Their remains stay hidden under my blanket. When they refuse to show themselves, we spend the rest of our day in the library, melting from the humidity that not even the ceaseless rain can dampen. Dove focuses at her desk, furiously scratching away on notes and drawings. I didn't notice the difference when Babel had left, but Grell's disappearance feels like it's widened a crack it had started. And Dove, she's been incredibly on edge since the witch returned. How long has it been since lightness was able to find its way onto her face? A gnawing feeling makes me wonder if I'm partly to blame. Dove pulls out her hair and blows out an irritated sigh. Her hands resentfully push away her work and she stands. She's so cute! She's just a little girly! I'm tired. I lift myself up, ready to follow her back to her room. Then I hear the sound of a book hitting the floor. I go still and slowly turn my head to see a book has landed right beside me. Oh, hey, Skull. A pale hand picks it up and I startle, not noticing Dove had walked over. I watch as she lifts the book and shoves it back into place on the shelf. Her eyes flicker to something before she's once again moving away. My heart starts to beat anxiously. I take a peek at the same direction, and my eyes fix onto the window at the back of the library. And the decayed foot that climbs the shelf behind me in the reflection of the glass. Ooh. This time, I hear a familiar drag when we step out into the hallway. It almost brings me comfort. I've learned that there are people to be far more afraid of in this house. Oh, hey, Mom! The bright apparition of the hallway ghost sweeps towards us. Her presence is like a confirmation that the day has turned to night, and I cling to that. I let out a yawn and move out of the ghost's way. Dove watches her pass with the eyes of a hawk. Her neck twists as she follows the ghost's movement until it fades into the shadows. Her gaze lingers where it disappears. When she finally turns back, she blinks in surprise. I snap my head around and find Odette standing right in front of Dove. One of the ghost's shadowy hands rises to its cracked face. Its fingers fold and gesture like it's telling Dove to be quiet. Then its arms shoot out towards Dove. Dove's screams ring down the hallway. My ears go completely limp as I balk at the sight of Dove getting dragged away. Oh no.
Let go!
Tendrils of phantom arms wrap around Dove's torso. Oh, hang on, I think that's supposed to be like... yeah. Smoke rises from the touch between her and the ghost, forcing a loud shriek from Dove. I never suspected Odette to ever do something like this to Dove. I thought they would never do anything to hurt Dove, so why was it doing this? Dev's feet kick and try to find purchase on the floor, but they only slip out from under her.
Stop it!
The ghost continues to drag her down the hallway. I snap out of my shock and chase after Dove and the ghost. I'm not barking, it's gonna set the dog off upstairs. I growl and bare my teeth at the ghost, but it makes no difference. How do I get it to let go? Panic starts to fill me. Pull her away. My teeth latch onto Dove's skirt, and I dig my claws into the floorboards to anchor myself. It's no use, though. Black tears drip down to Dove's chin.
Odette, stop!
I hear the sound of searing flesh where Odette's hands hold her fiercely. My nails start to lose their grip, and I'm pulled along with them. I trip, and Dove's dress is released from my grip. No, no, no! What do I do? Only one solution comes to mind. Odette's remains. I turn tail and bolt down the hallway. Dove's cries carry down the corridor, as if in chase of me. I skid around corners and make my way to Dove's room at full speed. It seems I've gotten quite good at walking on all fours. I break into a stop. I look around the dark hallway, my breath coming in and out in shallow puffs. Am I hearing things? My body feels overly warm under my fur. Then I hear it again. I jump off the floor and spin around. My fur stands up, pricked from fright. Suspended in the air is a crow. Part of one, at least. Unlike the crows from a couple days ago, this one seems to be missing its body. How are my volume levels? Can you guys, hear me alright? Over the sound effects and everything? Part of its spine protrudes from where its rotting flesh has been torn from its torso. It floats high in the air, hidden in the shadows of the ceiling, and screeches like a siren.
Odette!
I wince back from the shrill voice that the head creates. Suddenly, it's not the only one screaming bloody murder.
Odette! Odette! Odette!
I sprint away from the screams, but they follow me down the hallway. At every new step I take, more and more floating heads manifest from the shadows and pierce my ears with their cries. My eyes are wide with panic and my skull rattles. The path before me distorts, twisting into a especially curated hell where all I can do is run without a shred of respite. The fur around my ears starts to feel damp. Warm liquid runs down the side of my face. Ooh! I see some of it drip onto the floor. Blood. I whimper as I continue to race towards Dove's room. When I finally reach it, I practically tumble into the room. I waste no time tossing the blanket on the floor aside. All that's left is the pouch All that is left is the pouch with Odette's name and a lock of hair. I grab the pouch, take a deep breath, and then return to the hallway. I follow the smell of wilting lilacs and burning parchment to find Dove again. The screeches of the crow heads in the hallway had muffled all other sounds and left my ears ringing. Dove's scent leads me to the kitchen. Right as Odette attempts to take Dove out through the door, that is no longer there. I watch as Odette bumps into the wall where the kitchen door used to be, the one I had used to enter this nightmarish place all those days ago. Dove sobs weakly from the burns. When she sees me, her eyes grow watery again.
Help!
I immediately drop the pouch from my mouth and rush to Dove. My lips curl back, baring my teeth, and I jump off the ground and latch onto one of Odette's arms. My eyes sting from the pain that surges through me, but I do not let go. This is nothing compared to what you did to Dove. Chomp! I clamp my jaws even tighter, then Odette starts to howl. But even when the ghost's arms untangle from Dove's body, I do not let go. The ghost thrashes its arm, trying to throw me off. It hurls my body against the wall, but I only hold on tighter. I whimper and growl in stubborn refusal. Aren't you supposed to care for Dove? You hurt her! I dig my teeth in further, now out of anger. Then I hear that sound. Wind chimes. I fall onto the ground hard. My entire body aches. I gag and hack out a small amount of blood onto the floor. With blurry eyes, I look for Odette. She's completely gone. I search for Dove and my eyes squint at the sight of fire coming from the hearth. Beside it, Dove kneels limply against the wall, staring at her hands.
Fingernails burn much easier than bones.
I shiver.
I guess it forgot. It didn't end well the first time it tried to take me away.
I'm still trying to catch my breath when Dove rises. Then she slowly drags herself out of the kitchen. I stumble after her as well. My whole body is tense as I watch Dove push into the study. I stay in the hallway, crushed against the wall to stay out of sight.
Father.
I hear a tired groan from someone just waking up. Has the witch been asleep this entire time? Liz. Those look nasty. Is it the old hag again? Foolish thing. Put this on the bones.
Thank you.
I can hear Dove start to shuffle out of the room. Oh yes, is your doggy still alive? My heart stops. How? He knows about me? Tension fills the air. It's so thick that it sticks to me like honey. Ooh, good descriptor. I barely breathe. The sound of my heart thunders in my ears.
Don't touch him.
Dove's voice comes out hard. The witch laughs in response. Calm now, darling. I'm sure you wouldn't even remember this one after your mother returns. What? I hear stomping and draw back away from the sound. Dove bursts out of the study, eyes darting around until she finds me crouching in the dark with my tail between my legs. She bends down and gathers me into her arms, wincing from the burns all over her upper body, then quickly retreats back to her room. It's dead quiet back in Dove's room, save for the soft pitter-patter of rain against the window. Dove sits on the floor with a single candle sitting in a brass holder beside her. When she starts unbuttoning her nightgown, my eyes turn into saucers, and I snap my head away from her. I try to distract myself by staring at anything else around the room, but I'm overly conscious of the sound of rustling clothing and Dove's quiet whimpers. I see pale skin from the corner of my eye, and bright red marks. I do a double take and suck in a breath at the damage Odette had done to Dove. Phantom burns cross along the expanse of her back, arms, and neck. I see her struggle to apply ointment to the burns on her back and stand up from the floor. But what to do exactly? Help her? My claws curl into my blanket. I bow my head, then curl into a ball facing away from Dove. Every time I hear her sniffle and suck in a watery breath, I have to hold back my own whine. Poor kid. Uh-oh. That's no good. The next time I wake up, it's to smoke. Something stale and acrid invades my nose and forces me out of my slumber. Then the feeling of cold, damp fur forces me awake. My eyes snap open. Gray smoke curls into the room from the hallway. A fire? The offensive odor that fills the room is not from a house fire, however. It stings my eyes, and I feel tiny shocks where tendrils trail towards me. I can feel rain hitting me. The blanket I lay on is soaked with water. I turn my attention towards the window, then jump to my feet. Strong gales of wind pushed into the room, carrying the heavy rainstorm with it. Rain floods the floorboards and ripples from every drop that cascades in from outside. Dove stands at the wide-open window, holding onto the silk frames and breathing out in panicked pants. Her nightgown is drenched and her pitch-black hair clings to her face and back. Her body trembles and holds unsteadily against the strong winds that slam into her. She does not look afraid in the slightest. In fact, she looks out at the thundering sky. Her wide eyes and flushed cold cheeks make her look more alive than ever. She looks down at the ground.
I wonder what Grill thought of when he fell. Did he have time to think of anything at all?
My heart races.
Rain beats against my face and gets in my eyes. I wonder what his real name was. And if someone out there is still looking for him. She looks back up at the gray clouds. Babel kept taking care of the garden and filling the flower vases. It didn't know why it had to. Grill wanted to leave. It didn't know why it had to. Odette wanted to take me away from here. Dove lets out a bitter laugh. It didn't even know why. She goes quiet. A frown appears on her face. Siri? Her face goes blank. Now you're more free than I'll ever be. Dove turns away from the window and starts to climb down. I watch in horror as her foot slips from the rain-slicked windowsill. Whoa, save her! I howl and grab the back of Dove's dress before she can fall. I throw all of my weight back and Dove stumbles backwards into the room. She shrieks when she lands on the floor, right on her burns from the previous day. Violent knocking startles me. Dove! I recoil sharply when the witch breaks down Dove's door and strides into the room. His steps make the floor quake. The second he spots Dove crouching on the floor, he drops down to her level and pulls her into his arms. It's okay. I've got you. You're safe. The smell of smoke comes off him so strongly I cringe back. The witch strokes Dove's hair and whispers soothing words to his daughter. It'd be a warm display, if not for the way Dove's entire body goes still. Her body does not move. I don't even see her breathing. Her eyes are completely hollow. The only move I see her make is eyes flickering down to something on the floor. Her fingers twitch, and then they start reaching for the candle holder beside them. Dread twists my gut. I watch with terror as Dove's fingers curl around the brass object. But before anything can happen, the witch scoops up his young daughter, and the candle holder slips out of her hand. The witch stands and starts to carry her out. Let's clean those, shall we? After the two of them leave, I pad over to the windows and swing the doors closed to stop any more rain from coming in. I can't lock it myself, so this will have to do. Then I look at the state of the bedroom door. The frame of the door and the locking mechanism hang in splinters. The storm continues to roar outside. I stand alone in the garden, soaked to the bone. All around me is decay. Without Babel's tending to keep everything alive, all the flowers and plants have started to wither. The only thing left standing still is the rose bush, but even time is running out for it. Its petals have become stark white. A snap makes my ear twitch. I watch silently as a rose head falls to the ground. It crumbles like ash when it hits the tiled floor. I turn away and then head back out into the rain. I don't remember how long I've been up here. I return inside the mansion. As I make my way back to Dove's room, I see her in front of the study door. The witch's shadow engulfs her. I stop at a distance, then watch as Dove presents something to her father. A cross. The one I had seen her working on. A new one? Dove nods. I hear the witch sigh. He studies the handmade cross. It's been getting quieter around here, don't you think? His question seems to catch Dove off guard. I observe the way her mouth parts slightly, but she doesn't say a word. Red eyes gaze down at her. He knows. He knows everything we've been doing. The witch starts to turn away. Very well, off to bed with you now. Dove steps back to the door and Dove steps back and the door to the study closes. Then she slowly turns and heads down the hall. I start trotting after her to catch up when something catches my attention.
I slow to a stop by the door of the study. My ears twist towards the sound coming from inside the room. It sounds like the clinking of a chain. Just like what I had heard the first day I arrived. Ooh.
Today is outside of his routine. It's supposed to be a quiet day. Why did he have to come in here?
Ah! Show me what you've been working on.
I swallow and ignore him. I hate it when he's like this. I try not to look at the wolf skull that emerges over his eyes. He's been using more blood caps than usual. Why bother? It's always in vain.
No good.
I go stiff in my seat.
No! None of these are any good!
He slams his fist on the desk and I hide my flinch.
I shouldn't have entertained any of your silly ideas. These bloody roses were the last straw.
His hands ball up my notes and crumple them. I feel my body grow hot. I clench my jaw. Just ignore him. Everything he says when he gets like this means nothing. I hear a new voice emerge.
Make all the little spells you want. You'll never be a witch.
Never, never, never! My lip starts to wobble. His words keep repeating. I can't breathe.
Don't you already have everything? Little beast shouldn't get greedy. Give up already.
My eyes sting. Anger wells inside me. You're such a coward.
What was that?
I clamp my mouth shut. Like father, like daughter. Leave.
I just wanted to see your work.
You saw.
Very well. She must be walking around by now anyways.
He places a kiss on the top of my head and I go numb.
You know I love you, right?
Yes. Finally, he slips out the door. I sit in silence, my body stiff as to try to listen for him going through the walls. Try to listen for him through the walls. His footsteps echo down the hall, and then I hear him speak.
My love, there you are.
My heart clenches. Immediately, I tear my focus back to myself and listen to the tap of the rain against the window instead. I run my hands over my notes, trying to smooth out the wrinkles. The ink is smudged in several places. I look up at the ceiling and take deep breaths. Hi-yo! You gonna come lie down? Just hang out? Come on up, Bubby. Come on. It's time to be good and calm down and be polite. Lie down. Hey, chat. This is your regularly scheduled Alucard interruption. Hey. What? Go on, lie down. You're thinking about it. There you go. Beautiful, cozy, comfy. Ooh, biscuits! Wow! Wow! Kiss the boy. Smorch. I look up at the ceiling and take deep breaths. When Mother was around, she would tell me that I would become the strongest witch in the family.
Took me a minute to realize that was you and not the game doing the voice work.
Yeah, I'm having fun.
Got smooched.
She wanted me to become everything she couldn't be. But Father, he wants me to be nothing. I stand, giving up on today's studying. Feels like it's gotten late. The wolf barely had any energy today. I don't think he's been sleeping well, and the humidity the past couple of days definitely hasn't helped. He spent the whole day flopped over on the floor, smelling like a wet dog. I step out into the hallway. I start on the path to my room. The moon casts a pale light through the windows in the hallway. Part of it shines on the paintings that line the walls. I pause for a moment. Beautifully done things. Father loves these paintings so much. I bring my hand up to the canvas, then drag my nails across it as hard as I can.
Angry.
I can't find Dove. I've gotten used to seeing Dove first thing in the morning every day. To not see her immediately after waking up dislodges a heavy weight in my throat that settles deeply in my stomach. Admitting that I need her around doesn't make me feel any better. The emptiness I feel makes me shoot to my feet, my eyes frantically flicking to every corner of the room in search of Dove. Something feels horribly wrong. My gaze, filled with panic, swings to the window. It sits closed and secured. I let out a brief sigh of relief, but the pressure in my chest does not lessen. The door clacks noisily against the frame, drawing my attention to it. It can no longer close properly after the damage the witch had done to it. My night was spent tossing and turning restlessly because of it. It wasn't the noise that troubled me, but the absence of security in what was once the closest thing to safety in this place. I steel myself, then slip out the door. I've searched every square inch of the mansion I could reach. Every cobwebbed corner, every shadow under the tables, but still no trace of Dove. I sprint up and down the hall, not caring about the loud creaking under my steps. I mentally recall the past couple days in my head. Today should be a quiet one, so I can afford to run around recklessly without fear. The longer time goes by without finding Dove, the more panic builds within me. A high-pitched whine escapes my throat. Where are you, Dove? Is she hurt? Why can't I find her anywhere? I trot down the hallway, slows to the stop. My ears go limp and wide eyes begin to burn as they drop to the dusty floor. Is Dove gone? Oh dear. I go still. Wandering around without your guardian angel, little pup. I twist my neck to look behind me. Perhaps she's hiding after being punished. My blood runs cold. Spin around to fully face the boy, peeling back my lips to reveal the points of my teeth. The boy's eyes widen, causing me to falter for a moment. His mouth stretches into a sinister grin. My body quickly tenses to prevent myself from recoiling at the sight. Aw, how cute! You must like her. I hold my breath as the boy begins to stalk towards me. He holds his hands behind his back, his menacing gaze feeling like toxic spiders crawling all over me. I catch a quick glance at something he holds. It looks like a white dress. That might be a first, I think. Dove's been misbehaving a lot lately. My guess is that it's all your fault. I yelp and scurry away from the boy. He draws back and places a hand on his hip. A yawn pries open his jaws, and I crouch on the ground feeling like a string pulled so taut it's on the verge of snapping. He looks down at me with narrow eyes before throwing something onto me. I flinch in alarm when my vision is suddenly shrouded. Pass this door, dear little Dove, for me, won't you? I hastily untangle myself free from the fabric. When I look up, the boy's eyes are glued to the white dress. I fixed a tear in it for her, though really, I should just throw this out after the mess Hypatia made of it. My ears stand up. That name again. Hypatia. The boy sighs. Little Dove would throw a temper tantrum if I were to do that, however. I look down at the simple white nightgown. Yeah, this is an indie game. It's very stylish. My head tilts as I observe the crudely sewn patches that cover the gown. It's easy to spot the section that was fixed by a witch. It's flawlessly mended. I look up to the boy again, and he's gone. drag my paws into the bedroom with Dove's dress between my teeth and drop it to the floor. I still haven't found her. My eyes flicker over to the window again, still closed and secure. I start to whine. Where are you, Dove? I pace around the room. My nails tap lightly on the floor. This boy reminds me of Fakir. Oh yeah, he's got similar hair! I sniff loose sheets of paper and books, but the entire room is already filled with the overwhelming scent of old paper and floral decay. Cry! I suck in a deep breath and then let out a long howl in distress. Oh, I'll do a save, just cause. Where?
Hush.
I perk up at the sound of Dove's raspy mumble.
Why are you being so noisy?
I instantly turn towards the direction of her voice, and I face her bed. My eyes grow to the size of saucers. Has she been in her bed this entire time? I leap for the curtains of the canopy, latching onto them with my teeth, and I yank them open. Dove hisses from the light that disturbs the darkness she lies in. I stand up on my haunches, desperate to make sure she's really there. My whole body chills. My claws curl into the rumpled bedsheets at the foot of the bed. Aww. Dove squints at me in confusion. Kiddo. Hanging from the ceiling of the canopy, a cluster of dolls swing and stare. I can see the white bone of their little heads twitch and wobble as they look down upon me. Their beady black eyes are devoid of any soul, yet I feel a weight pressed down on me from their gaze. Their dresses are elaborate, but the exposed parts of their bodies are roughly whittled and splintered, tied together with twine that bleeds red. Chunks of hardened skin and scraps of stiff fur cling to the bones that make up the dolls. Animal bones. I swallow and breathe shallowly. These had to have been made by the witch. Between the dolls, I spot dried flowers hanging in the strings that suspend them. I suppose the smell of dead lilacs is favorable than the smell of rotting flesh. Dove pushes herself up onto her elbows, and I stiffen when I hear her whine and wince. She shifts more into the light, her sleeves pulling back in the process. Crawling from the tips of her fingers all the way up to her shoulders are shallow cuts that crisscross all over the expanse of her skin. Punished. That's what the boy said. Dove's face scrunches in anger.
Go away.
Her voice comes out in a malicious hiss, yet I can see the way her shoulders shake, desperately trying to contain how she really feels. My brows pinch and I feel a prick of irritation sweep over me. I hate seeing her do this. Seeing her try to bottle up how she truly feels, why can't she just let it all out? Would it really be that disastrous if she did? If she opened the gates of her heart just a little, would it feel like the world is ending? I look up to the dolls and stare into their observant eyes. They loom over Dove like the warden stationed in front of a beast's cage. I dig my claws into the sheets. No! Dove plops back down and sucks in a sharp breath. She tugs her blanket up to her ears as I take that as a sign I should leave her alone. But I don't. Dove lets out a small gasp when I jump onto the bed. She snaps her head up to look at me, her rounded eyes focused on me as I settle down right beside her. I don't want to be a scaredy cat anymore. My heart thuds as I rest my head on the pillow beside Dove's. She glares at me.
I told you to go away!
She tries to sound cold, but the tremble in her bottom lip and the curve of her pinched brows contradict her mask. I move even closer until my warmth is shared with Dove. Her expression finally falls apart. I hold her glossy blue eyes in mine. Are you looking away from her, puppy? If my hands were human, I would catch the tears in her eyes before they could fall. I can see her thoughts racing as though she's searching for her misplaced bravery. Where do you go, Dove? What do the farthest corners of your mind look like? It's too dark in there. Or if it's too dark in there, I can join you. Maybe stumbling through the shadows will be easier if there are two of us instead of just one. Dove brings one of her hands out from under her covers. I close my eyes. Dove's hand carefully finds the fur along my neck. I stay completely still, giving her time to grow confidence. Her feathery touch grows more firm, exploratory. Her palm runs along my back. When she feels more sure of my trust in her, she curls into my side. I see her warm puffs of breath as I feel her warm puffs of breath as she buries her face in the side of my neck. Her fingers grip my fur almost painfully, but I do nothing to stop her. Her small frame quivers as a quiet stream of tears begins flowing down her cheeks.
They hurt.
After crying, Dove falls asleep, still clutching onto me. The dolls above stare directly at us as I lay with her. I narrow my eyes and I watch them hang lifelessly. If they dare to disturb Dove's sleep, I'll tear them down and reduce them to splinters. They remain silent, however my ears begin to pick up a sound. Ah! It sounds like the buzzing of flies. Ugh.
Odette was Ziri's mother. I watch as Dove lights the final candle on the table. The flames flicker and devour each other until they form a single entity. I stare at the gray smoke that rises to the ceiling with worry. Before he died, he would make me treats behind his mother's back and show me his sketchbooks. They were too good for a place like this. That's why they didn't last long. Alive, at least.
With a flick of her wrist, Dove kills the flame of the matchstick. The flames grow bigger and bigger. She takes a step back to admire her work. Every candle on the dining room table has been lit. This was Dove's idea, to lure out the last ghost on our list. The flames roar and grow taller by the second. She crouches down to pick something up from the floor before promptly getting back up. The object sits in the palm of her hand. She looks down at it, closes her hand, and takes a step towards the flames. I tense at how close she moves to the fire. Hot air billows the pointed strands of her hair, and links of flame come close enough to singe the ends. Dove stares at the fire, mesmerized by the wisps of red, orange, and white. She lifts her hand like she means to caress one of the infernal curls. That's all it takes for it to appear. Ziri manifests out of the shadows behind Dove. Ooh. Her hands freeze in place when she hears its cry.
Quick as always.
I cringe at the coldness that drips from her words. Dove pulls her hand back and then fiddles with the object in her hands.
I never asked for your protection. I don't need it. I never did.
Her mouth curls downward. She whispers so quietly my ears twitch trying to catch her next words.
I just wanted you to be my friend.
She closes her hands together, and a crease forms between her brows. Her eyes close.
I'm sorry. You had to meet me.
Her eyes open again. I can see her straining not to turn and look at the ghost one last time. Her lip starts to wobble, and I see her swallow a lump in her throat.
Your mother is waiting for you, Ziri.
Dove brings the clutch of hair in her hands up to the flames. Ziri screams when it sees Dove approach the fire. It raises its long, thin arms, and just as the bundle of hair catches onto a flame, out of all the others, these remains burn the easiest. Spindly fingers brush against her back, sending Dove into a violent flinch. She takes in a sharp breath and unconsciously recoils away from the ghost's touch before the flaming bundle in her hand is thrown into the heart of the fire. Siri lets out a screech when it sees Dove move too close to the fire. Then I jump when Dove cries out. I watch as she stumbles back, clutching her hand in the process. Redness begins to form on the tips of her fingers. I yelp and rush to her side. The candle flames begin to burn out of control. Smoke fills the room and I can hear Dove choke a cough. My heart thunders. Oh gods, how are we going to put this out? Dove drops to her knees and covers her mouth and nose. The smoke grows thicker, making the room hard to see. I let out a whimper and grab Dove's sleeve. We have to get out of here. Dove fumbles forward and blinks away tears from the smoke. Soon after, I feel my own eyes burn. I try to stay low to the ground, but it's already become too hard to breathe. I wheeze for oxygen. I wheeze for oxygen and try to drag Dove with me as I search for a way out of the room. Dove's body grows heavy. I can hear her rasp for air. Black darts. Give me a sec, I need water. I'm gonna need to refill this water pretty quick. These kids are dying! Black dots start to creep into the corner of my vision. I can feel the strength in my body begin to deplete. Then I hear a series of snaps. Within seconds, the windows of the dining room burst open and all the smoke in the room is magically pushed out with a strong gust of wind. I squeeze my watery eyes shut and slide onto the floor from the strength of the gale. My nails leave scratch marks where they claw into the floorboards. When it stops blowing, I blink rapidly and return moisture to my eyes. Dove coughs and gags beside me on her hands and knees. I slowly try to lift myself off the floor. I go rigid at the sound of footsteps entering the dining room. The witch's eyes rake over the room, from the melted candles to the scorch marks on the ceiling. Eventually they land on me and Dove as we attempt to recover from the smoke on the floor. He crosses his arms and I see blood dripping down his arm from an activated magic circle. What a mess. Dove slowly stands up with her dress balled up in her hands. Clean this up. This room needs to look just as your mother left it when she comes back. I tilt my head and look at Dove. Her brows twitch as her expression turns into disbelief. I can see her knuckles turn white. Her mouth opens and closes like she has something to say, but no words come out. The witch turns on his heel and starts to make his exit. On his way out, he takes a dark handkerchief out of his pocket and cleans the blood off his arm. She'll finally be returning to us soon. Right before the witch steps through the threshold, he looks over his shoulder. Not at Dove, but at me. I'm so taken aback at the intensity of his stare that the fur along my spine puffs up. I only remember to breathe once again after he breaks off his stare. Take good care of your little friend, Dove. He swiftly turns on his heel and leaves the room. Neither of us move an inch until his footsteps disappear down the hall. I barely dodge the books that Dove blindly tosses behind her as she ravages the bookshelves.
It's not possible.
She chews on her thumbnail and sifts through a book before it joins the rest on the floor.
Why? Why does it feel like he's telling the truth this time?
I hear her let out an exasperated huff. She moves on from the bookshelves to her desk to ruffle through sheets and notes and journals. Through sheets of notes and journals.
Nothing.
Paper crunches between her fingers as she leans over the desk. I can see her shoulders trembling before sheets of paper are sent flying off the desk.
He's lying!
I cross my paws and lay my head on them. Dove drops down beside me and wraps her arms around her knees. I feel confused. What is it that has Dove so panicked? Is it because of what the witch had told her? He said her mother would be returning soon. Was that not a good thing? I wonder where she's been this whole time. The corners of my mouth tug down and my ears flatten. Dove still has both of her parents, but she doesn't seem happy about it. If I still had mine, maybe I wouldn't have made the choices that led me to this moment. Maybe I would be less foolish. I turn my head away from Dove and make a small whine. Dove definitely isn't that close to her father, but maybe her relationship with her mother is better. As long as they're still around, it's not too late for them to grow better bonds, like it is for me. Bitterness spreads through me.
What's wrong?
My fur twitches at the feeling of light fingers brushing against them.
Who at me? Leave me be! Go!
They retreat quickly.
Wolf?
Dove's face pops up in front of me.
What's wrong?
I huff and turn my head away from her again. Dove scoffs and I ignore her. Then I feel hands dig under my arms and pick me up from the floor.
Haha.
I narrow my eyes at Dove when she holds me up face to face.
Why are you being so moody now?
I look away and try to worm my way out of her grip. Her grip only tightens, and the feeling unfurls into a coil of discomfort that causes me to act out before I can even think about it. I throw weight forward and smash my head right into Dove's forehead. Damn, dog headbutt! Dove screams and throws her head back, letting me go so she can massage the redness forming on the center of her forehead. I fall onto the floor and curl into a ball away from her, cradling my own head with my paws as I let out a small whimper. For a moment, the two of us lie curled up on the floor, writhing in twin agony.
Ow!
She shoots a glare at me.
What is your problem?
My eyes shut, ignoring her. I hear her sigh, then it goes quiet. Some time passes before I hear Dove start to shuffle around. Pages are leafed through and books are tossed recklessly until Dove whispers are all that fill the room. My eyes close and I get lost in my own thoughts.
Do you like fireworks?
My eyes pop open and ears perk up. I'm a dog. No, I don't like fireworks. I look at Dove and tilt my head. She kneels next to me, clutching a book in her lap nervously. She glances at me and then looks down on her lap.
I can make them for you.
I can feel my tail begin to sway and Dove's face lights up. I've never seen fireworks before. The study is thankfully empty when we enter it. I like how everything's from a dog's POV. It's very cute. Dove crosses the floor, moving from shelf to shelf to gather materials. She places small vials of powder on the floor in front of me.
Using certain types of metal is what determines the color of the firework.
I follow her hand as she points to individual vials. See, this is probably a British game, because I've been doing the dad's voice as British, but I also don't really care at this point.
Copper for blue, sodium for yellow, barium from green, strontium for red.
She places her hand on top of her lap and observes the metals with a melancholic look.
I've never actually made a firework on my own before. I'm sure this'll go great and I won't blow anything up. Father used to make them by hand when Mother was around.
I'm trying to get a little hair off of my mic. Get out of here.
Every year on my birthday.
My ears flop down at the frown that Dove wears. She gathers the rest of the supplies and quickly starts to make small satchels with fuses trailing out of them. I'm not noticing language that screams inherently British. Well, they use the British spelling for words like color and stuff like that. And usually when a character's name is Basil, it's actually Basil. Oh no, it might be Canadian. Who knows? She casts furtive glances in my direction as she assembles them. When she's done, she wipes a smudge of explosive powder from her cheek. The floor is a mess of materials, but Dove pays it no mind and stands.
There's just one more thing we need.
My head pops up and my tail begins to wag again. Dove notices my excitement and brightens in what almost seems like relief. She holds up a finger.
We just need a tube to launch the fireworks out of.
Oh, that was a scary face. Dove starts to search the study, pulling open drawers and yanking cabinet doors wide. Her cheeks puff out every time her search doesn't bear fruit. I poke my head out from under her arm to get a peek into the cabinet. She digs into boxes and pulls out bottles until she reaches the back of the cabinet. She strains her arm to feel out the farthest corners as though what she's looking for is cloaked by a spell. Her efforts turn up nothing and she retracts her arm with a disappointed huff.
Where does he keep them?
She chews on her thumbnail in thought and does another lap around the room, double-checking every place she's looked. I wander around the room on my own. Perhaps my lower perspective will see something that Dove doesn't. To my luck, I spot what looks like a paper tube at the bottom of a shelf, tucked away between worn books and jars. I make an excited yip and trot over to it. I waste no time gently grabbing the tube with my mouth. Then I notice the pale feet behind the shelf. A cry rips from my throat, and I drop the tube and startle back from the shelf with my tail between my legs. I hear the slap of Dove's feet make their way over to me. She looks at me in confusion.
What's got you all worked up?
I stare at the feet behind the shelf, holding my breath to see if they'll suddenly start moving. My whole body is racked with fear. That doesn't look like another ghost. Dove follows my line of sight, and I see her go still when she sees what's behind the shelf.
It can't be.
Her eyes are wide in disbelief. I jump when Dove suddenly shoots off to the side of the shelf.
Help me move it.
My jaw unhinges. Help her! As much as I would rather not, I make my way over and push against the shelf with my whole body. Books topple onto the floor and glass bottles rattle together as we slowly move the narrow shelf, inch by inch, until the dark curtain behind it is exposed to us. My heart pounds and my muscles ache. We both take a moment to process what we found. Who we found. I can see Dove's hands fidgeting in the corner of my vision. I swallow hard. Then I move forward, toward the still curtains. There's no smell of decay. Instead, there seems to be a light hint of something floral. It's surprisingly pleasant. I brace myself and then drag open the curtains with my teeth. Dove chokes on a gasp behind me, and the floor creaks. I give her a quick glance and see that she's taken a step back. It's hard to understand the expression she wears. She seems to go through a string of them. Her face becomes pained with disbelief. For a wink of time, a spark of yearning lights up in her eyes, and then her expression splits into anguish. I turn back to the person behind the curtain. The woman. Her skin is pure ivory, untouched by rigor mortis, but suspended just a breath away from its ruinous claws. Oh, it is Canadian. Cool. I'm right. No matter what, I'm right. Death's presence feels so close, like it paces back and forth, waiting to claim what's rightfully theirs. Ooh. The gown she wears is a shiny white silk, buttoned all the way up to her chin, with red stitching that zigzags up her skirt in a chaotic fashion. Something about the way the crimson threads loop up and down the skirt feels spiteful, impatient. My brows pinch together. I've seen stitching like that before. Her light hair is chopped sharply, framing her jaw, and the panel behind her head looks like an explosion of colorful paint strokes. Bold tendrils of gore and mycelium spread along the wood. Fungi of different shapes and sizes bloom around her head like a horrific halo. She stands with her eyes closed in the hidden closet like a marionette. Her arms hang neatly at her sides. When I look for strings that hold her up, I disturbingly find none. I'm almost curious to see if she has a wind-up key behind her that would bring her to life. She's clearly dead, but she's preserved so well that I fall under the illusion that a nudge of her shoulder is all it would take to make her eyes flutter open. Unlike the others, her entire body has been kept. And unlike the others, there is no tag with her name on it. But it doesn't matter. I already know it. Hypatia. How long has she been tucked away here, hidden like a rare gem in a jewelry box? Now I understand why her remains were not found amongst the others. The tether that binds her here could only be this strong if her whole body was kept.
She's been here this entire time.
My ears twitch at the sound of Dove's voice. I start blinking rapidly when Dove strides over to the side of the shelf again and starts pushing it back into place. She's covering her up again? Maybe she doesn't want the witch to know what we've discovered. I tilt my head. But are we just going to do nothing about her? My head thrums with conflicted feelings. Once the shelf is settled back into its original position, she picks up the paper tube I dropped and starts making her way over to the pile of sachets on the floor.
Let's go.
I give the shelf one last glance and then trail after Dove. We both stare at the rain that falls through the hatch to the roof. Each drop of water clangs against the iron stairs. Stairs! My ears fall flat on my head. Can we still light fireworks in the rain? The face Dove makes as she guards the fireworks gives me my answer. I softly whimper. Dove gives me a sympathetic look and then looks up to the open hatch in contemplation. She chews on her lip, deep in thought. Her face lights up shortly after.
We just need to make sure the fuse doesn't get wet. Okay?
Okay, how can we do that when it's raining? My brows raise when Dove starts to bound down the stairs, and I quickly chase after her.
Why are they called stayers when you climb them instead of stayering in place?
This is a terrible idea.
We have to stuff the shell in nice and tight or it'll misfire.
Going to get ourselves killed. It hasn't even been that long since we set the dining room on fire. My tail swishes anxiously as I watch Dove aim the paper tube towards her open bedroom window.
Oh, Dove. You're very 11 or something.
She angles the tube just shy of where the rain hits her floor. When she's satisfied with the aim, she looks at me with an excited grin.
Are you ready?
I shake my head furiously. No! This is crazier than lighting up a table's worth of candles all at once. Maybe. My loud thoughts come out as nothing more than a whine.
Don't worry so much.
She holds a lit candle up to the fuse and my fur stands up on end. I swallow as the fuse begins to burn.
Just sit back and watch.
I count each second that passes as the fuse burns away until it disappears into the tube. Dove tightens her arms around the tube and braces herself. I suck in a breath, then... Light explodes in bursts of color against a bleeding canvas.
Whoa! Whoa!
The room lights up in flashes, and the sound from the explosion rattles my bones. The sight takes all the breath out of my lungs, and my heart thunders against my ribs. I start to feel weightless. It's overwhelming, intense, frightening, and exhilarating. It's amazing. I race to the window and stand with my front paws on the window seat to get a closer look at the fireworks. The rain pelts against my fur and gets in my eyes, but I barely pay it any mind. Is this how Dove felt in that moment when she stood facing the tempestuous storm head-on? My tail swings madly with excitement. Emotions of awe and wonder rush through me. I try to memorize the moment. the sound of the wind being drowned out by the fireworks, how the rain makes my nose feel frozen, the way the light looks when the fireworks explode. And Dove. I crane my head to look back at her after the fireworks are done. She stands staring at the sky, lost in deep thought. I feel uneasy over the conflict reflected on her face. Dove grips her dress, and I notice the messy patchwork of stitches that holds the thin fabric together. She inhales deeply. I let out a yip when she suddenly bolts out of the room. I rush to the study just as Dove finishes shoving the tall bookshelf to the side again. She breathes heavily as she yanks open the curtains that hide the body behind them. My eyes bug out of my head when I see what she does next. Dove grabs handfuls of the corpse's bodice and rips it open. Buttons pop and fly. Dove's jaws clench tightly as she takes in the colorless flesh beneath the clothes. A freezing chill crawls beneath my skin as I observe the neat, thick stitches trailing up the corpse's torso all the way to her throat. Hell yeah, Frankenstein wife, yeah! Dove takes a deep breath in before digging her fingers into the seam between the sewn-up skin. The taut threads begin to snap as she roughly tears it open. My most recent meal threatens to escape when Dove reveals the organs beneath the corpse's flesh. Dead organs never look bright, especially with a color like hers. I would question if this woman were truly dead if it wasn't for the stillness of her insides. Perhaps she isn't even a real corpse, merely a disturbing replica of one. All bones. Not a perfect one, however, considering the 3 random ribs she seems to be missing.
Damn it!
I startle when Dove curses abruptly. She takes a step away from the corpse and begins to pace in a small circle.
All this effort to keep her here.
She throws the woman a look of pure scorn.
Why do you get all this time?
Her lip wobbles.
When I'm still here.
My heart sinks when I see Dove's clenched fists tremble. I look at the corpse in confusion. Just who is she to Dove? Dove's face hardens. She looks down at me.
Help me find her ribs.
I blink at her demand.
You wanted to put all the ghosts to rest, didn't you?
Dove takes a step towards me and I take a step back.
You wanted to end their suffering, right? Isn't it unfair for them to be stuck here?
My ears pin back.
We must get rid of her.
She straightens and glares at the corpse. Dove tears her gaze from the corpse and begins to leave. I hear her murmur something to herself.
Before she comes back.
Dove moves through the mansion like a hurricane. She empties drawers on the floor and throws books off of shelves. I keep my distance and quietly do my own searching. This feels much different than when we had released the other ghosts. A sinking feeling chews away at me. Suddenly I feel regret for what I've started. I wonder if this is the right thing to do. It's like Dove's vision has narrowed to the point where she can't see anything but this impulsive need to be rid of the hallway ghost. I look down at the dusty floor. Get rid of. When this ghost is gone, I wonder if Dove will like what its absence looks like.
Where are they?
Dove sweeps everything off the top of a dresser with a curse. In an instant, everything clatters onto the floor. Dove whips around and bangs her fists onto the dining room table. Candles fall and tremble from the small quake she creates. She's like her dad. She releases a frustrated sigh, then freezes. My ears stand. I try to strain my neck to see what has captured Dove's attention, but I can't see the top of the dining room table. Dove climbs on top of the table. My heart begins to thump with anticipation. She crawls to the middle of the table, shoving melted candles out of her way. The wood groans under her weight like she had disturbed its sleep. Her hand slowly reaches out to pick up a single candle before climbing back down to the floor. Waiting to see... Oh, this isn't in the game's audio? No. Waiting to see what she found fills me with anxiety. I make my way over to her, and she lowers down to kneel on the floor. Something sticks out of the melted candle she cradles in her hands. Yo, making your wife's ribs into candles? Pretty smart. Good hiding place. I recognize the texture of it. A bone. Dove digs her nails into the wax, trying to claw her way into the bone. She then presses the candle into the floor with all of her weight, pushing down on it until the wax crumbles. The rib is finally freed, but she does not look as victorious as I thought she would. A line forms between her brows.
I had a feeling.
My head flops to the side and I look at Dove.
Yeah, thank you.
This game allows me to cater. This game is catering to my my voice strength, so. Her gaze meets mine.
It's like they're filling up the space for her until she gets back.
I feel my heart pause for a moment. My wide eyes drop down to the rib. Oh. Dove rises, and I copy the movement without thinking. I feel numb.
I know where to look next.
I nod, but my mind feels miles away from my body. Ah, Jesus, fuck! Ah, I hate that! A faint buzzing makes my ears twitch. I twist my head towards it. Buzzing flies whip around the candles on the dining room table.
You spent a lot of time in here. But not to study, like Father and I.
Dove speaks to herself as she walks past a shelf of books, slowly running a hand along their spines. Well, maybe she isn't speaking quite to herself, but she's most definitely not speaking to me. I see Dove open and close her mouth. It seems as though her mind is overflowing with words to say, but she sees no point in speaking when the person her words are for isn't around. Her sharp eyes look through the shelves. I follow behind her until we end up in a dark corner. Section by section, the candlelight illuminates each book spine. A large mirror on the wall briefly shakes Dove, but she continues to search nonetheless. In the dim light, I make out what looks like a pile of blankets and pillows on the floor below the mirror, as well as an old oil lantern covered in sticky cobwebs. The sound of a fallen book brings us both to a stiff halt. I crane my neck up as my feet move back from the shelf where the book had come from. Another book suddenly tumbles off the shelf. I barely dodge it. I can only watch as the shelves begin to bend from the weight of something climbing up and down along the books. Creaking wood screeches in my ear as more of the books fumble down. Dove and I both track the movement in dead silence, our senses as heightened as the bookshelves. In an instant, we bring our eyes to a particular book. I squint, trying to make out more details of the book. The book sits oddly, squeezed between two others on the very top shelf. Despite being so high, the spine appears extremely worn, like it's been plucked to be read over and over again. The library ceiling is incredibly tall. The top of the bookshelf is practically in the heavens. My body tenses in anticipation, hoping this mysterious library resident does us a favor and knocks it down onto the floor. But it remains tightly lodged. I make a small noise to get Dove's attention and point my nose at it. She seems to have already noticed it. The corners of her mouth are weighed down as she sets the candle on the floor, moving towards the shelf with unhurried steps. I'll save again. No! No! My chest pounds as I watch the shelves, searching for movement. Nothing. I share a nervous glance with Dove before she sucks in a deep breath and starts climbing the shelf. She has no self-preservation. Zero. My nerves are lit with fear, keeping my eyes wide open in vigilance. I start to realize a little once Dove reaches the halfway point. or I start to relax a little as Dove reaches the halfway point. Her shoulders tremble from exertion and her breaths come out in shaky puffs. She stops to take a quick rest before swinging her gaze down with scrunched brows. 1 second. I have to cough. Doing voices like Basil's in particular makes my throat kind of scrumbly. Posture check? Thank you. No water. No water.
No water for you, baby.
Just halfway up the shelf must be high enough for the floor beneath to feel as steady as sand. She retracts her eyes quickly from the sight, ready to keep going. She lifts her hand up to move farther up, but not before the sound of wood groaning begins to echo, not far from where she clings to with all of her might. I go cold. Dove gasps, and her hand slips. I yip in alarm and dig my nails onto the floor as Dove struggles to find a steady grip again, her feet dangling loosely in the air. My tail swishes in distress and my mind races. It halts to a single thought. The blankets! I race towards the bundle of blankets I'd seen earlier, gathering a mouthful of quilt before looking up at the shelf again. The mirror on the wall directly faces the shelf Dove is clinging to. She finally secures her footing once again, but not soon enough. Immediately, a headless creature reaches the shelf she had just dangled over. Whoa! A shudder crawls up my spine as I finally see the thing in full. Its arms are long in proportion, resembling the limbs of a gangly spider, its skin saturated in decayed darkness with a sickly sheen. A coiled stump sits in place of its neck, as though the creature's head had been twisted off. I watch as it weightlessly crawls along the shelves, towards Dove. I release a string of panic barks, causing Dove to twist her neck around right towards the mirror. Dove goes completely white and then shoots up the shelf in a rush. I drop the quilt from my mouth and then circle the floor frantically. My eyes dart between Dove climbing in a rush to her reflection, the monster still hot on her heels. I see her arms shake and hear her nails rake across the wood. The old shelves creak and curve under Dove's feet. I feel myself lurch to the side when the entire bookshelf starts to lean forward. As the books continue to fall forward, I start to worry that the bookshelf will give way to gravity before Dove does. As she continues to climb, she faces the challenge of ducking her head to avoid falling texts, throwing a few out of her way for better purchase. At this point, if she were to fall, broken legs might be the least of her problems. The closer she gets to the top shelf, the faster the creature continues to pursue her. Oily hands narrowly miss her feet, permeating every book with a glossy slime. I wince at the mere thought of literary pages coated in cold, ghostly fluids, muddling the ink and smearing every word into non-existence. The creature grows frustrated in its chase and begins to slam its fist onto the shelves, shattering them into crunchy, wet splinters. It violently rocks its entire body, making the bookshelf rumble unsteadily. Dove lets out a squeal and almost loses her grip. She's forced to throw her arms onto a shelf just before reaching the very top. You're so close! The creature leaps off of falling shelves and bounds right for Dove. I hear her make a strained noise. She stretches her arm up in desperation, reaching for the strange book. The entire bookshelf shakes violently again. I watch the mirror's reflection with my breathing held in suspension. Dove's trembling fingers stretch for the book's spine, while a slimy hand closes around her ankle. Her fingers brush against the book before the creature yanks Dove back and she slips away. I howl in surprise and prepare to throw myself under her. I see Dove dangling upside down in the air with a befuddled expression on her face. My jaw drops. Dove swings in the creature's grip as it languidly reaches up and tugs the book Dove previously tried to grab. The book slides out with the pull of a murky finger, and slams onto the floor right in front of me. Dove wears a dazed expression as she's carried down the shelf before being unceremoniously dropped into a heap. Slowly, she picks herself up off the ground and quickly puts herself together. We turn to the mirror to see the creature disappear to some other part of the library. Blinking, she dusts off her dress, then makes a repulsed expression as she carefully picks up the fallen book, touching only the parts not coated in a shiny fluid without another word. The old pages can form around something shoved in the middle of the book. Dove opens it. There lies another rib tucked between the words like a bookmark. For a moment, I watched Dove's eyes flicker back and forth, reading the words on the pages.
I still don't know if I believe in soulmates, but if they existed, I think the universe would send signs. Signs like the ones they already sent to us. Dove's mouth forms a hard line before she takes the rib out and snaps the book closed. A romance novel.
I blink. That's it? She shelves the book once more without another word.
One more.
I begin to follow Dove out, but I soon stop dead in my tracks. There it is again. Oh! The sound of buzzing. But this time the presence is much more looming. I snap my head back and flies crawl over the books, far more than there was in the dining room. My heart starts to beat hard in my chest. I feel like I'm tracing the footsteps of someone I've never met before. We walk in and out of rooms searching for the last rib. Dove bites on her thumbnail as she searches through the dressers and drawers, all of which have a lingering presence attached to them. It relieves and unnerves me that we have not seen the boy or the witch today, despite all the commotion we've been causing, but I try to count it as a small blessing instead of an omen. I pad slowly through the hall as Dove stomps through it. We pass the doors of rooms that have already been ravaged. All except for one, but Dove passes by it completely. Curiously, I pause in front of it. Is she not going to search this one? Dove turns back when she no longer hears the click of my nails behind her. Her eyes catch under the door I've stopped in front of.
That's nothing but a bathroom.
Bathroom? I give Dove a small woof.
It's nothing special.
Dove's brows furrow.
But she went through quite a fuss to have it made, just for the drain in her pretty tub to stop working.
Dove sweeps past me and bursts through the door.
Uh-huh.
The sound of dripping water echoes in the small room. Dove's feet make a wet slapping sound on the red tiles. When she steps further into the bathroom, the red sticks to her feet, revealing the pristine white tiles beneath. Cool bathroom. I hesitate to follow Dove in because I finally spot the source of the ruby liquid that stains the floor. The tang of metal fills the air, and blood drips over the edge of a porcelain tub that sits under a tall window. I take a deep breath in and carefully step past the doorway. The ground is slick and the air is moist. I concentrate on every step I take so I don't fall flat on my face. Dove stands before the tub. When I finally reach her side, I carefully lift my front paws up on the edge of the tub and peer into it. I can see my face clearly in the still surface of the crimson pool that fills the tub to the brim.
It just became like this one day, and
Dove's face is strained. It looks like she would rather choke on her words than say them out loud. 1 second, I'm gonna tie my hair back.
I didn't want to know what would happen if I tried to put my hand in it.
Dove inhales deeply in preparation, then pulls up the sleeve of her dress to her shoulder. I throw a nervous glance at the cuts across her skin that are still freshly scabbed over.
Pray nothing in here likes the taste of flesh.
Dove lets out a small gasp when she dips only her fingers into the blood. She rips her hand away instinctively and breathes shallowly.
It's warm.
A shiver crawls up my spine. The stickiness under my paws begins to make me uncomfortable. Dove presses her eyes shut for a second and then dips her arm back in. I can see goosebumps rise on Dove's arm before she sinks into the red. She goes slow until she reaches the bottom of the tub. Her arm shifts as she searches for the drain. The sleeve of her dress slips off her shoulder and falls into the blood. Red bleeds into the white fabric. I can hear Dove's breath hitch when she finds something. My whole body is wound up tight. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. The sound of the dripping faucet haunts me. Immediately, something at the end of the tub makes my eyes snap to it. I let out a loud cry. Dove jumps and looks at me before she whips her neck around to the small sound of bubbling. We both watch in horror as something beneath the surface of the blood begins to breathe into life. The bubbles begin to crawl towards Dove, pulling a shriek from my throat. Dove grits her teeth and plunges her arm deeper into the pool of scarlet. Sweat runs down her pale skin as she concentrates intensely on unlodging whatever it was blocking the drain. I whimper as I watch the bubbling move closer and closer. Dove releases a shaky breath, but she still doesn't pull her arm out. The bubbles are just a breath away from brushing against Dove's arm. She lets out a sharp hiss and grits her teeth.
This really is a nightmare. A bathtub is supposed to be a place to relax. Yeah. Bathroom-based horror is very important, personally. Guillermo del Toro knew what he was doing as well.
Get out! I latch my teeth onto the back of Dove's dress and rip her away from the tub. I throw us onto the slippery tiles. Blood splashes all over us. It takes me a moment to catch my breath when my senses slowly return to me. I hear the sound of gurgling. I look to my side. Dove lies next to me, curled in a ball. Her eyes squeeze shut, her chest rising and falling heavily. Cradled in her red-covered hands is a rib bone. The buzzing noise that arises this time does not surprise me, but the merciless insistence of it does cause me to pin my ears to my head with a whimper. When we once again stand before Hypatia's body, we're covered in much more blood than when we started. Her body is also starting to act more like a corpse. Flies crawl over the woman's blotchy skin, and the sour smell of rot now invades my nose, making it wrinkle in discomfort. Bringing the missing rib feels like it's broken. Bringing the missing rib feels like it's... third time's the Bringing the missing ribs feels like it's broken some kind of spell on the body, like it had been sitting in time's blind spot, and now we're placing it back under its harsh light once again. Perhaps this is why Dove now hesitates. She clutches the rib bones with white-knuckled grips. I'm slightly worried they'll snap into pieces any moment now. Her face is glazed over with a blank mask, but the wariness in her eyes betrays her. Earlier, she had been in such a rush to send this person away. But now she seems to be stalled by her own thoughts. When she finally breaks out of her head, she stomps over to a drawer and rummages through it. She produces a needle, a roll of thread, and one more thing off a shelf. A bottle that glows a faint orange. She makes her way over to the body. She makes a quick work of placing the ribs back where they belong before plucking out the old broken stitches that held Hypatia's torso together. Put your mom back together! Her hands had been so rough in tearing the stitching open, but now her trembling fingers work delicately. After disposing of them, she begins to mend the flesh together. Her stitching is clumsy, a trait she shares with her mother, I suppose. When she's finished, she takes a step back. This ghost is no different from the others. Feels like whatever happens next will be the point of no return. The final stop of this train is approaching. and the only way off this ride is to jump before it crashes. Dove holds up the glowing bottle she had grabbed earlier.
Liquid fire. It can melt through anything. You don't have to risk burning the house down again.
My chest tightens. This is it. Dove places a hand on the corpse's arms, and then tears her from the alcove. The corpse tumbles into a heap on the floor. It won't be making the mistake of thinking this body could simply wake up and continue living anymore. It decays rapidly before my very eyes, like it's overly eager to correct itself to the rightful stage of necrosis. Hypatia's pale skin darkens into patches of a deathly green. Veiny lines start to marble across her cheeks, and an oily sheen begins to develop, along with a foul smell that has me breathing shallowly. I flinch from the sound of Dove popping the cork from the bottle. Panic surges through me. I don't feel ready at all. But I keep finding out that there are not many chances that wait for you to be before they become your new reality. The corpse's flesh begins to dissolve from the pouring liquid. It sizzles and hisses as easily as it eats through flesh, all the way through to the bone. She covers the body thoroughly with the honey-like substance until the last drop falls from the bottle's mouth. I lift my gaze up from the corpse. It lands on the hallway ghost, standing in the room with us. I've never seen it enter a room before. But it now turns its neck, looking around the room as if in search of something. Dove drops the bottle in her hand when she sees her, and it cracks on the floor. She rips her gaze away and looks down at the disintegrating corpse.
You'll finally be gone now.
I can see Dove's eyes turn glossy.
You'll be gone.
Her head snaps back to the ghost. The ghost looks down at its fading hands. Its lifeless gaze finds Dove and turns to her with its arms spread, ready to pull her into a loving embrace. Whatever emotions Dove has been bottling up instantly shatters like glass. My mind feels foggy as I watch Dove break into a sob. I move before she does. Dove chokes on a gasp when I stop her from running to the ghost.
What are you doing? Let go!
I tighten the grip of my jaws around her skirt even more. I whimper my own cry towards her. I understand. I've done something like this before. When the world was so big and I was so small, everything terrified me. When I was overwhelmed with emotions and didn't understand a thing, I would always run into the arms of my mother too.
Let go!
What do we do, gang? What do we do? Don't let her go. No. I know what will happen the second the ghost's phantom arms wrap around her living body. I don't think my heart will be able to take it if I have to hear Dove scream in pain again. Soul or body, she can never reach for either again without getting burned. I wish Dove wasn't constantly reminded of what it feels like to be in pain. It's like everyone that loves Dove cannot show it if it's not in the form of a stinging lash. Is this how it has to be? Dove drops to her knees and cries. I don't care if she hates me for stopping her. Perhaps she truly prefers to say goodbye as her flesh sears, but I won't let her. What was it like when she first lost her? Was this her first or second farewell? Dove must have so much to say, but time races against her. I think if Hypatia's life were an hourglass, it would be down to a single grain of sand. One tiny moment is all that has been spared for Dove to say a lifetime's worth of words. The ghost fades more and more. I wait for the sound that will signal the end. The sound of that fatal grain falling, the final grain falling. Dove sniffles and presses her forehead into the cool floorboards.
In another life, can you still be my mother?
My breath hitches.
Next time.
She wipes the thick tears that drip down her chin.
It would be nice if we could be human. And maybe I could be enough for you. And you could be enough as well.
Dove lifts her head, and something that looks like a smile cracks through the ghost's features. The ghost's face softens in a way that looks proud of Dove, and confusingly, Dove reacts like she's been slapped across the face.
Don't look at me like that! Like this is what you wanted!
She clenches her fists.
I never asked for this!
Dove's scream makes my chest tighten painfully, but for some reason I find my brows pinching together in puzzlement. She never asked for this? What does she mean by that? Then it comes. The last grain finally falls, and falls so heavily. It rings so loudly in my skull that my ears go flat. I don't need to look. I just slide up to Dove's side. I can tell by the way she wraps her arms around me so tightly, and how loudly she sobs into my fur, that the ghost of her mother is gone. For good this time. The door to Dove's bedroom flies open and slams against the wall. I feel Dove go still as a statue under my head. I lift my head up from her lap. The hand that had been petting the fur along my spine now holds it in a numbing grip. I feel his magic before I see him. The grotesque dolls above us rattle, and the drapes around Dove's bed tremble. Soon after, his footsteps enter the room. My breathing pauses. Dove's father must have finally seen what we did. A burst of magic knocks me over. I hear Dove gasp and feel her arms cage around me. Air slams into us like a train and sends the canopy curtains into a wild billow. The cold air makes my eyes sting and I squeeze them shut. Static makes my first stand. It feels like the wind is blended with shocking strings of electricity. When the gale finally dies down, I can feel Dove's heart slamming against her ribs as she shields my body with her own. Her breath comes out in distressed gasps. I dare to open my eyes again and darkness surrounds us. My own heart hammers away as I gaze out into the space beyond the posts of the bed frame. The curtains have been magically dissolved, leaving us completely exposed to the void. Every shallow breath I make sounds enhanced by the nothingness. Everywhere I look is swallowed by darkness, save for a single light that drapes over Dove's bed. I look up, trying to find its source. It seems to come from nowhere. I take a peek over the edge of the bed, and I can see my own appearance reflected in the obsidian surface that covers the ground. Ripples break the calmness of the glassy liquid, caused by something that walks toward us. Arms yank me back from the edge of the bed. Dove scarcely breathes. She holds me close and twists her body in an attempt to hide me from the one who approaches. It's the witch. I brace myself to face his wrath. His footsteps create a wet slap as he draws closer. The sound of the footsteps is much lighter than I expected them to be. My whole body seizes with terror. What have you done? Dove flinches from the wave of energy that radiates off of him. A feeling of nausea paints my innards as the boy steps out of the shadows instead of the witch. Dove's breath catches and her arms shake around me. They hold on to me like a lifetime. A light from above creates harsh shadows over the boy's enraged features. You insolent child! Do you understand what you've done? The boy bares his teeth in a sneer. He snickles. He circles around the bed with his hands behind his back, like a viper, taking its time to stalk its prey before it strikes. My ears flatten from the threat of its venomous stare. I turn my head, trying to keep him in my line of sight, but his body flickers through the shadows like a specter. One moment he appears normal. The next moment, the pristine white skull of a wolf decorates the upper part of his face. He really is a witch as well. The boy raises his hands to his head and curls into himself. I was so close! We could have had everything again! Dove leans forward and tightens her arms around me. We don't need her. The boy snaps in her direction. Wrong! I need her! The boy begins to pace back and forth, water sloshing at his feet. My brows furrow. I crane my neck to look onto the ground again. The black liquid now gargles and splashes against the frame of the bed as it slowly climbs higher and higher. This is no good at all!
So what? We'll be fine.
I can hear Dove start to sniffle above me. The child whips around and grabs the 2 posts at the foot of the bed. I hear them crack under his grip. I will not be fine! Dove's breathing turns ragged. To think you would betray her so. Dove hiccups and hides her face in my neck. You know of the expectation she had for you. I suppose she would be proud of what you've done. I hear Dove gasp. She would really love what you become. So wicked, all on your own. The boy's face twists into a wry smile. I can hear the wooden posts under the boy's hands start to splinter. Soon after, something begins to slither up from the dark waters. Tendrils of oily black vines coil up from the frame of the bed and slowly crawl towards us. Thorns resembling long and sharp needles spike out from them. The boy's face suddenly falls into despair, and his gaze drops. If she hadn't become so greedy, I wouldn't have had to do what I did. I watch his expression turn sour before his head snaps back up to glare at Dove with glassy eyes. She is all I have! The posts break in half. Dove throws herself over me as the broken wood is swallowed by the rising ebony lake around us, creating a deafening splash. Dove's cold body trembles, and I fear anger swell in me like dark waves. Does Dove truly mean nothing to him? I start to growl. The boy glares viciously at Dove. Now you've made things considerably more difficult. Do you know how much more we'll have to pay to bring Hypatia back? This is not fine at all, Dove! I hear Dove break into a sob. Then I snap. I tear her out of her arms and lash out at the boy with a snarl. The boy stumbles back slightly in surprise, but manages to respond with a dark scowl. You! Dove's breath hitches behind me when the boy starts to lift his arm. I think I've tolerated you disrupting my home for long enough! I stand my ground, and my throat rumbles. I bend my knees to prepare my attack as the bloody patterns begin to manifest on the back of his hands. Then, in a single blink, we're back in Dove's room, with the curtains of her canopy back in place. The boy spins around. I hear glass crunch under his feet. His enraged expression melts into confusion as he faces the window, and then a sound thunders throughout the entire mansion. I freeze as the chime of the grandfather clock pierces the air. The heavy metal clang makes the air around us tremble and painfully reverberates inside my skull. My body submits to the overwhelming sound, and my tail goes between my legs. The boy's flat hands fly up to cover his ears. The hell? The boy groans out in agony. Black veins begin to spread from the dark marking around the boy's eyes. I can see blood start to drip from his nose. He staggers back and brings a hand up to swipe at the blood. His eyes widen in shock when he sees it coating his fingers. I can't see the window beyond the curtains of the canopy, but for just a fraction of a second, I swear I see the red light that spills into the room flickers with a mysterious shadow. Shit! The boy cups the bottom of his nose, then makes long strides towards the door and a hasty exit. He pauses at the threshold of the broken door, and then places his hand on the frame. Red blooms in the back of his hand as a magic circle forms and overrides the incomplete spell etched onto his skin. You will stay in here and out of my way! Dove lets out a panicked gasp. No! Dove bounds off the head of the bed and throws herself at the door just as it vanishes with the boy on the other side. Dove slams against the back of the window that now stands where her door used to be, or the blank wall that now stands where her door used to be. I hop off the bed and try to avoid the paint-covered glass all over the floor. A breeze brushes against my fur. It's coming from the window. I take a peek outside. There is no longer anything separating us from the outside elements. The glass panes of the window have been completely shattered, and now Dove's paintings lie scattered in pieces across the floor. I smoochie the boy. Somewhere else in the house, the grandfather clock continues its booming toll. Time flows so much faster when you can hear its presence. When it was quiet, I felt like I had permission to think it had been frozen. Put on hold so that when once again it resumes, everything that had happened in its absence wouldn't count as real. The disturbing clanging finally stops, but the sound of ticking continues mercilessly. I look over, and Dove runs her hands over the smooth wall where her door used to be. Her hands drop. Without making a sound, she stands and turns to face the mess of glass on the floor. Streaks of dried black tears and red blotches paint her cheeks. Her eyes scan the glass in the window warily. It's like she's just become completely numb to everything. I whimper. Dove leans down, picks up a shard of glass, and clenches her fist around it. The glass slices into her palm, sending Dove into a state of shock. I tilt my head in concern. Did she think it wouldn't cut her? Her head twists on her neck as she searches around the room for something, but all she finds is silence. My brows press together as I observe her strange actions. Then, something clicks in my mind. I remember seeing her do something like this before. After Babel had left, Dove looked for her just like she does now. Dove's eyes drop to the ground as she realizes the shard, her arms failing. As she releases the shard, her arms falling at her sides.
Oh. I'm alone now.
My eyes slowly blow wide open. She drops to the ground in a heap and her eyes turn into a dull blue as she retreats into the darkest corners of her mind. It's the last safe place she has. All because of me. Each ghost was a decoration that hid the bars of this birdcage Dove calls home. Despite the fact that they had been rotting away long before I'd arrived. One by one I ripped them down, forcing her to see this space for the cold, empty prison cell it truly is. It's because of the ghosts themselves that she was able to find comfort despite being in a place so depraved of that. Without them, what does she have? I look around the room and analyze every little detail. The books, the plants and drawings, the monsters. Everything Dove has done since I first met reveals everything I need to know about her. Dove has never tried to get out. She'd already settled into the discomfort. I feel my fur bristle. Dove had lived with the monsters, like she was one of them. She must think she truly is one, after being treated like one for so long. She's been convinced that this is something that belongs, that she is something that belongs to the night, hidden away, locked away. Something undeserving of love and care. No, something that can only be loved by things that are as terrible as she is. Dove's father had locked her in a cage from the outside, and she had locked it from the inside. The ghosts were her distractions. That's all Dove has ever done. Distract herself so nothing needs to change. If she's distracted, she won't focus on anything she truly yearns for. She won't think of how she wishes things were better. For Dove, the path of improvement starts with a steep decline. She now stands at the top of a hill, looking down, completely scared out of her wits. There are two options at this point for her. She can either stay at the top, where the air is cold and thin, or she can walk forward into the unknown. It's an extreme choice to make, but maybe if I stay by her side, she'll have the courage to make the right one. There's no love for her here, and Dove must think there's none for her outside of these walls either. There is me. I will love Dove. So much that I will overflow with it. I'll have enough love to last us lifetimes. I will be the first to love Dove when she is free, and I won't be the last. But how do I convince her of that? Love is just a word. It can be empty, heavy, easy to say, or impossible to say. It means nothing when there's no foundation under it to bear its weight. Love. Sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes it's too simple. Sometimes it's too complicated. To say you love or loved can mean so many different things to whoever hears it. So how can I define what my love means for Dove? How can I prove to her that this feeling I have is hers to have, to take, to use, to consume, to devour? If I were to cut out my heart and serve it to her on a platter to feast on, I still don't think that would be enough. I take a deep breath to calm the frantic beating in my chest. Maybe nothing will be different on the outside. After all, there's no such thing as a normal childbirth for children like us, or childhood for children like us. When other kids are playing in the creek to catch crayfish, I could only watch from the distance. The last time I tried to play with them, they ran away. They knew who I was. What I was. Their parents would have told them, warned them, to stay away. Not plainly, no. That wouldn't have been effective. What is more powerful than the curiosity of a child? Not many things, I think. Wouldn't I know that best? They needed to be creative to keep their children away from beasts like us. To them, we are folklore, songs, scary stories to be told at bedtime. Our nails are iron, our teeth are sharp, our eyes can curse, and our voices can steal. Our blood can burn. And I suppose after everything I'd been through, they're right to be terrified. We truly are nightmares brought to life. We are nightmares that pierce the veil of safety so we can walk outside in the daytime amongst them. We don't even look that different, though. At least, not at first. Maybe if no one looks too closely, Dove could pass off as one of them, so she could be accepted into their care. My heart clenches at the thought. No, that would be impossible. Witches themselves try so hard to smother the magic in their own children that the result only makes them yearn for it more. The witchling is born starved, not for food or affection, but for the ether. That's why we can never be mistaken for human. We wear our hunger for magic on our sleeves. Anyone would be able to instantly tell that we are not the same. After everything that's happened, to try and contain Dove, even outside the walls of this mansion, would be too cruel. If Dove cannot be loved for who she is, what would all of this effort be for? I look to my side. Near me, Dove wraps her arms around her knees and hides her face.
You have to leave this place.
Not without you. My eyes sweep over the scattered shards of glass and the paintings that have been separated into parts like puzzle pieces. I start to push large pieces together until the paintings align, not really considering the reason for my actions. Dove's eyes widen as she tries to push me away from the glass.
Stop, you'll get hurt! Don't bother yourself, they're just stupid drawings.
I wince when the shard cuts the fleshy I wince when a shard cuts into the fleshy parts of my paw, but I do not stop. You made them. How can they be stupid? My bleeding paw leaves little red marks on the floor as I continue rearranging the broken glass. As the paintings are slowly reformed, I take note of what they are. The long limbs of Ziri, the flowing train of mycelium from Babel, the many hands of Odette, and the sharp elbows of Grell. Dove had even painted the trailing gore of her mother's ghost. Their images become laid out before me, cradled by swirling brushstrokes. Dove uncurls her arms and leans forward on her palms. Her fingers reach out to tentatively brush against the glass. My paws sting with cuts and leave smudges of red on the floor. As Dove admires the fractured paintings, an idea forms in my head. As I burst into action, I wonder how I had never thought to do this before. I press my bloody paw onto the wood and onto the floor and work hastily. I get even more chunks of glass embedded in my paws, but I'm numb from the pain at this point. I bark to get Dove's attention. She turns her head slowly, and then I watch shock begin to take over her features. Dove's lips move, not speaking, simply mouthing the word I've written on the floor. Her eyes grow watery. You. I hop and press a little red paw print across her dress. Then I hop back down and tuck my chin onto my chest to point at myself. And me. I move to stand behind the word I've written, and my tail swings side to side. Friends. Written in blood and all, which has to mean something, right? It doesn't matter if the word disappears, if the blood will cling to every tiny grain in the wood, and to the very essence of this house, even after it's long gone. This word is my gift to Dove. For the fireworks, for the safety, for letting me meet her. It can't be taken back. You are my friend, Dove, and I am yours. Until the world is nothing but memory, dust floating through time. Dove's lip begins to wobble.
We're friends?
My tail wags. I nod my head slowly, and I hold her eyes in mine fiercely. Dove sniffles and wipes at her eyes.
Then...
She asks me a question that catches me completely off guard. What's your name? My eyes grow wide. A wave of emotion goes through me. My whole body suddenly feels like it's been strung tight. My name? My head bows, and I stare at the floor. I swallow a gulp and then drag my bloody paw along the boards. When I'm done, Dove's eyes consider what I've written. She stares at my name with wonder before flicking her gaze to me.
Basil?
I feel my breath get knocked out of my lungs. I blink rapidly to fight off the wave of sadness. I didn't know I would miss hearing my own name so much. It feels so like a piece of my true self has been returned to me. I miss it so much. The sound of my grandmother calling my name. Whether with affection or discipline, I miss it all. Dove lets out a small hiccup, and the well inside of her begins to overflow. Tears fall down her cheeks. The sun shines in the obsidian streaks like starlight. She surges forward and throws her arms around my neck. I desperately wish I could shed my own tears, but my feelings are trapped inside of this body. I can do more than softly whimper out my sorrows. Awoo. Dove sobs into my fur and wipes the snot that leaks from her nose.
Basil!
My heart jumps at the way she says my name. My eyes close and I nuzzle my head against her, breathing the way she smells. Breathing in the way she smells like old books and withered lilacs to hide the smell of decay that clings to everything in this house. Dove cries her heart out. I begin to wonder if she'll cry herself to death. I think she's had enough tears hoarded away to cry endlessly. Eventually, though, her wails start to wane into quiet sniffles. I jump when I hear my ears pick up the sound of something clinking. Dove's fingers clutch the leaf charm on my necklace.
It suits you even more than I'd imagined.
I look up at Dove and she smiles softly before turning her head towards the broken glass. Dove pulls away from me and looks to her side.
It's not done yet.
My gaze swings to the empty section above the paintings of the monsters. The other parts were easy to fit together because I could recognize the creatures, but some sections were difficult to piece together. Dove moves to kneel before the unfinished section with her back to the window. She leans over the pieces and starts to place the missing parts together. Her hands move confidently to stitch the fragments together. I suppose it makes sense that she's far more familiar with her paintings. When she's done, she leans back. The completed painting finally sits before me. I tilt my head in bewilderment as I take it in. I've never seen this creature before. The longer I gaze upon it, the more unsettled I start to feel. The painting is a shadowed humanoid. It's devoid of all details or anything that can help me identify it. The most unique thing about it is the spread of bat-like wings, the long clawed fingers that stretch out as if beckoning you to come closer. Are they real or just a figment of Dove's imagination? A strong breeze chills me. Dove twists her neck to look behind her. Her hair flies around her like leaves in the wind. I notice her gaze catch onto something and delicately pad over to the window. A single rose on the seat of the front of the window. There is something to hold it up. Something enchants it to stand perfectly straight, as if it's a piece of glass. The petals are white as snow, like the ones on the rooftop garden. My instincts are screaming at me to stay away from it, but Dove moves like clockwork before I can stop her. When it comes to roses, people typically avoid its thorns. There usually isn't a need to stay clear of the soft petals, but I would caution that these ones stay admired from a distance. Oh, there's little mouths inside it. Ugh. Dove brings the tip of her finger to the cluster of tiny teeth that line each petal. The petals waste no time snapping shut around the offered flesh. Dove wrenches her hand back with a gasp, and a small ring of teeth marks wrap around her finger. They both watch as their blood starts to soak through each petal, until the rose bleeds into a vibrant red. Where did it come from? My muscles are tense. A noise makes me jump. My eyes snap to the outside of the window. It almost sounded like the flap of wings. My gaze darts from the trees to the sky in search, but nothing stands out. Was it just my imagination? I look to Dove and her eyes are completely fixated on the rose with an expression I cannot read. Ooh. Yeah, this game rules. We remained trapped in Dove's room for days. At first, we were desperate to find a way out. To be trapped in this box with nothing but books and our wits, I was afraid we would go mad. But eventually, we decided to just start waiting. Well, Dove decided waiting would be the best course of action, and I howled about it until I was too tired to continue howling. She had a plan, and I didn't like it one bit. As we wasted away, warm meals and fresh water would appear in the room, but Dove would only touch the water. Worry takes a bite out of me every time I see how much more tired and frail she becomes. We could still hear the ticking from the grandfather clock, and I counted every second painstakingly to track how much time had passed. On the 259th on the... Oh, Jesus Christ. On the 259,202nd, the door reappears. And the witch walks through it. Dove looks up from her place amongst her book towers. The witch steps into the room and places a hand on his hip. He looks down at Dove and gives her a smile. Up you get, darling. It's time to get ready for dinner. Dove looks like she's dressed for a funeral. After finally being freed from the confines of Dove's room, I watched as she was dragged into the kitchen and placed into a steaming copper tub to be scrubbed clean. Okay, I thought they were gonna put her in a fucking cauldron. Oh, look at your ugly little dress! Wow! 3 days? Yeah. The witch makes no comment when he catches a glimpse of the thin cuts up and down her arms before he shoves them into the water. Then, like she's nothing more than a doll, she is buttoned up in an all-black dress. It's far more fancy than anything I've seen her wear before. To be wrapped up so formally, I fear for what the occasion must be. All the candles that had covered the dining room table have been cleared away, the linen has been replaced with a fresh one, and all 3 chairs have been uncovered. On top of the table now sits platters and plates of exquisite food. I feel like it would look good if she didn't have the pigtails. Yeah. Fruits polished to a mirror-like shine, free of any blemishes, steaming meats with thick sauces, mixed vegetables. The food is so enticing it's suspicious, but part of me still hopes the Dove will hide away a plate for me after this no dogs allowed event is over. I can feel saliva start to pool in my mouth from the temptation of the smell alone. And after not eating for days, I can't imagine how Dove is faring as she sits opposite to her father. They evoke rib bones? Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to mimic what her mom wears. Candles flicker and crackle around the room while a storm rages against the window outside. I sit in the hallway, peering out into the room through a gap in the doorway. Music plays faintly on the side, filling the awkward silence. Dove hasn't said a word. She sits neatly with her hands on top of one another on her lap, while her eyes try to set the empty chair next to her father ablaze. The witch takes a long sip of the rich, dark red liquid in his wine glass and sets it down with a tap. He looks just as weary as Dove does. His skin dulled has to be a lifeless gray. What? His skin dulled has to a lifeless gray. His skin has dulled to a lifeless gray. There's a little typo there. And the marks around his eyes have sunken even deeper and darker. Dude, he looks so sad. His eyes flicker around the room almost anxiously. A candle pops loudly behind him, and I see his shoulders jump. He twists his neck too quickly to look behind him, and my head tilts slightly. Surely that didn't actually frighten him. I can feel my nerves start to fray from his strange behavior. He blinks and composes himself once more before turning his gaze to Dove and clearing his throat. I'm sorry you've been locked away for so long. I feel my lip curl over my teeth. Is he sorry about her bedroom door, or the mansion doors? I see Dove's eyes blink at me from the corner of my eye before she acknowledges the witch's apology. To which she doesn't. Dove's eyes fall to the covered plate in front of her. She reaches for her fork and holds it up, ready to finally eat. The witch holds up a hand. Not yet. Dove's bottom lip juts out in disappointment. She drops the fork with a clang and slunks him in her seat. The witch swirls his wine. Don't forget grace, my dear. He's smiling! Ah! We can't eat until the devils have blessed our meal. Dove crosses her arms over her rumbling stomach. Tell me, what have you been reading lately? I lay my head on my paws and huff quietly. What hasn't she been reading? Dove turns her head to stare at the rain that taps against the window.
Nothing you would find interesting.
Indulge me, I'm curious. Dove takes a deep breath.
I was going through a collection of work by one writer. His name was Loe, something along those lines.
The witch leans his head on his palm and takes a sip of his wine. Ah, yes, I'm familiar with him. He sets his wine glass down. Not quite my cup of tea, I'll admit, but I do find some of his words quite captivating. One of them being, I was never really insane. The witch looks at Dove expectantly. She blinks and then looks down at her lap, with the slightest hint of redness in her cheeks.
Except upon occasions when my heart was touched.
Dove's fingers tangle together on her lap, and I see the witch give her a small smile. Ah, you are definitely a fan of his works already, I see. More red stains Dove's cheeks, and she sinks lower into her chair. The witch opens his mouth to continue the conversation, then suddenly shoots up from his chair. Dove startles just as I do when the chair falls to the floor with a cloud clatter. My heart pounds and my ears stand on high alert. What on earth? I rise up from the floor and bend my elbows, ready to burst into the room if need be. Ooh! I peek out from the edge of the tablecloth and see the witch stagger back a step with his skull mask now over his eyes. His eyes are glued to the windows. I switch my gaze over to them and see nothing. This family seems to be very good at seeing things that are not in plain view. I'm convinced this house is haunted by far more than just ghosts. Especially considering the fact that we personally sent most of them departing. In less than a blink, the witch's mask is dissolved and he resets his chair back to the way it was. I catch a glimpse of his forearm and see a smudge of red. He used magic. But for what? The answer comes in the sound of a light knocking. Hidden in the shadows of the dining room are hints of movement and flashes of strings. I swallow. Dove sits stiffly in her chair but doesn't acknowledge the new unwelcomed audience. The witch returns to his seat, picks up his glass, and finishes his wine to the dregs. He sets the empty glass on the table and starts to rub his temples. I apologize. I seem to be seeing things lately. Dove says nothing and avoids looking at him. Her father sighs wearily, then grabs a bottle of wine to refill his glass. No, brother, you've had enough!
Ugh, stretch.
Nom, nom, nom.
Let's go on a trip. Just you, me, and Hypatia. Dove's head snaps up to look at her father. He finishes pouring the wine and sets it down with a tap that makes Dove flinch hard. It's been a long time since you left this place, hasn't it? The witch's mouth forms a thin line. We'll go somewhere nice, and the three of us. Everything has been prepared to bring her back. He holds the bowl of his wine glass and considers the deeply colored contents. I just need... The witch's brows furrow together. He seems to be hesitating on what to say. One last thing. Dove looks at her father like he's grown 6 heads. Shock, then fury crosses her features until her eyes burn bright with betrayal. Oh, she's mad. Her eyes prick with tears, but she does not let them fall. Dove's eyes drop down to the covered plate in front of her. The witch rises from his seat swiftly and begins to make his way over to Dove at the end of the table. In the air, I start to smell the notes of something. Sour. I watch Dove nervously. I wanted to celebrate. Dove is as white as the linen on the table by the time he stands beside her. He places a hand on top of Dove's plate cover. Tonight? Dove's mouth falls open like a marionette. We will finally be whole again. A single black tear slides down her cheek. A major favorite. He starts to lift the cover off. Violet... I jump when the witch suddenly flies back and drops the lid with a mind-rattling clang. My ears fall, and a veil is torn away. A curdled smell invades my senses and makes me reel back from my place at the dining room entrance. When I look, I see that all the food on the table is decayed, with patches of mold dusting near every surface. Flies zip around the food and maggots wiggle and fall into the table in clumps. I force down the need to retch, especially when I lay eyes on Dove's favorite food. I think I might be a little undercooked, considering it's still wriggling and writhing on her plate.
Ooh, leeches.
Dove wears a blank expression as she stares down at the leeches. Whoa. Can't even begin to fathom what passes through her head as she picks up her fork and knife and starts cutting up her meal. The witch stumbles away in disgust and backs up against the window. Dove takes her time slicing a leech into pieces. Blood leaks out from its lifeless body and pools on her plate. Her face is frighteningly calm as she picks up a gory chunk and gracefully with her fork. I can see the witch watch in horror as she begins to raise it to her mouth. I can't tell what he's anticipating more as he makes no move to stop her, because he observes her like a live experiment. Knowing what I know of Dove, there are two possibilities for what she might do. One, she sets her fork back down in nothing more than a disturbing bluff. And two, she eats the raw leech. If he was hoping the former might come true, well, then he doesn't know what kind of daughter he's raised. Dove chews slowly, carefully. Eating leeches can be risky. If they're still whole and alive when you eat them, there's a highly likely chance that they'll latch onto your teeth, or they'll latch their teeth onto your internal organs. And if you're unable to remove them, they will drink your blood until they're swollen and blocking your airways. After Dove swallows, the witch makes the sign of the cross, the devil's version, which is just the inverse of the holier version. His hands tremble as he does it. Now his expression mirrors Dove's state of shock from earlier. It's true. You are one of theirs. What does this mean? Lightning illuminates the sky behind the witch. For the fraction of a second, I swear I see the silhouette of something amongst the clouds, but there's no time to dwell on it. The witch wears a solemn expression as he stares down at Dove. It has to be you. Dove's head turns until her eyes land on me. My heart beats erratically. Her mouth forms the word, go. It's now. I gulp. Or never. I turn down the hallway and hear a whooshing sound as every candle and light in the house is extinguished. I hear Dove gasp and then the entire mansion groan. Then one by one, the dark red eyes blink into existence until the hallway is speckled with them. First, I freeze when I hear the voice of the boy come from right behind me. I will deal with you. I immediately break into a run. Please don't get hurt, Dove. I break into the study and heave as I catch my breath. My feet sprint over to the shelves and knock over books and bottles. I dig through the jars of ambiguous preserved objects, searching high and low for secrets. Dove said that if there's a key to how the witch comes and goes out of the mansion, it would be in here and nowhere else. She'd never tried to look for it all these years because she did not have a reason to leave. Until now.
The mansion consumes so much magic to do everything it does, which limits to how much is available for him to use. He wouldn't waste energy when he's been using so much of it to research how to revive Mother first, and keep me imprisoned second.
Dove looks away for a moment.
Even then, with all the magic he devours, there's scarcely any left.
Dove's eyes glaze over and she stares blankly at the air that surrounds us.
And there's barely anything else. He uses the blood caps. I don't know a thing about my father, but I know my father.
My heart tugs as I remember the plan Dove had devised.
I'll finally have the privilege of having his attention all to myself. Will you find the thing that will open this manor's doors?
I leap onto a stool and claw my way onto the table that stands in the middle of the room. My eyes rake through the small bowls of crushed herbs, stacks of journals, and hastily written notes, but nothing resembles what could be used as the key to unlock these walls. It has to be here somewhere. I use the height of the table to my advantage and drag my gaze through every corner of the room. Maybe there's a button or something? A map? See real quick. I sift through my own memories. It feels like the clue is already within me, but it refuses to surface. The rattle of chains disrupts my line of thinking. Then something in my mind clicks. My ears twist on my head following the sound, and then my eyes land on it. Sitting on the witch's shrine shines a silver thurible. What's a thurible? Oh, that thing. The thing that you take at church and go, wah-wee, with the smoke. Strings of delicate chains drape off the edge, and purple smoke curls out of the incense holder. My nose soaks up a woody, spicy scent, and suddenly I'm pulled back to the very first day. I remember the smell, and the sound of the chains moving in a controlled motion. The key. I have no doubt about it. This has to be it. I jump off the table, the study table, and bolt for the witch shrine. I'm just inches away from snapping my teeth around the hanging chains when the eyes of every skull in the shrine come to life. Ooh! I skid to a halt as a red glow materializes the once lifeless shadows of the skull's eye sockets. Suddenly it feels like I have the weight of 1,000 eyes upon me. Their voices strike me like lightning, all screaming out for the same thing. Alexius! The floorboards underneath me tremble from the fury that comes through the shrine. My heart completely drops into the acid of my stomach. Then another scream has me spinning. Basil! My ears pick up the sound of footsteps coming closer to the study. Al, get your head out of there. What are you doing? A set of light ones and heavy ones. I panic. My eyes jump between the thurible and the door. Oh shit! Thurible! Al, buddy, you gotta stop squishing your face into the blanket. I yank the thurible down onto the floor and start to pick it up with my mouth, and then the door to the study suddenly creaks open. Ice spreads through my veins. What? Why, Reverend Mother, I'm so honored to have you lighting up my shrine again, and so soon. The witch suddenly approaches the shrine as I slip under the shadows of the table and softly pad toward the exit. The mirror that had once been dull now reflects this portrait as he steps up to the shrine. You fiend, save me your honeyed words and answer me. Is it true? They have visited you. For her? The witch frowns and crosses his arms behind his back. Yes, I did not believe it at first, but the words it has been whispering to me at night were nonsense to me. The witch pulls his arms forward and massages the tattooed magic circle on the back of his hand. But now I must do as it asks. Asks? What do they bid you do, brother? The witch's eyes pierce under the glowing orbs of the Reverend Mother's skull. I must return their child to them. Ah, I see. Yes, of course. Return! The shrine bursts into flames, and the skulls release a shrill scream that rattle every window in the surface. No! The Reverend Mother emits one last shriek before her connection to the shrine is severed. The witch watches the flames with no remorse, and I can see the blood that trails down the magic circle on his hand. He stumbles slightly on unsteady legs that breaks into a violent cough. His magic is unstable. I dare to observe him just a little longer, and then a shrill cry rings down the hallway. Basil! My head snaps around, making the chains in my mouth jingle and drawing the witch's attention to me. His gaze slams down on me in the doorway, seconds away from slipping out, but he does not move to give me chase. He wipes away a streak of blood that trails down his chin, then straightens. There you are, little puppy. Time to go on a walk. I'll take you on a personal tour through hell. The fur along my spine puffs up, when the boy appears right behind me. He grins wickedly, and his carmine eyes crinkle behind the bone white wolf skull. Blood runs down his face from under the mask. I breathe out in puffs, and the boy blocks my way out of the room, but I see a single, perhaps slightly insane opportunity. Just as he reaches down for me, pale hands starting to blaze with bleeding circles, I slip between his legs. What? I stick out my tongue as I bound away. Stupid witch. I find Dove standing in the hallway crying into the balls of her hands. When she sees me, she sucks in sharp breaths and starts to rush over to me. I run my eyes up and down her length and then breathe out a sigh of relief when I conclude no harm has come to her. She's gotten out of her little dress.
I thought he got you.
Dove throws her arms around me and I can feel her shake. The thurible slips from my mouth and clatters onto the floor. My tail wags in her embrace, then so quickly she turns stiff as stone. I back away in confusion. Dove looks down at the ropes of black string that wrap around her, and then gives me one last look of terror before the strings whip her away from me and down the darkness of the hallway.
No!
Her screams pound in my ears as the house swallows her. In the chilling silence that follows, I hear chains.
Looking for this, doggy?
I turn my head and capture just a glimpse of the boy before he melts into the darkness. I twist my neck, trying to follow the phantasmal movements that stalk me in the gloom. I can hear the chains of the thurible swinging, that smell of the smoke that escapes it, but all around me is nothingness. The sounds of the chains move back and forth like a pendulum.
Time to play a little game!
I twirl around and come face to face with the boy, crouching down to my level. He gives me an ear-to-ear grin.
Basil.
My heart almost explodes in my chest. He reaches towards me, and I hold my breath. His hand wraps around my snout and gives it a rough pull. The vermilion eyes deepen until they're almost black, and he stares down at me.
Tag, you're it.
I glance down at the thurible in his hand and break for it. My attempt to reclaim the incense holder meets nothing but air. The boy melts into the shadows once again. Then his voice bounces off the walls from every direction, rendering it impossible to pinpoint its source.
Catch me and maybe you can have your prize!
The sound of clinking chains starts to vanish down the hall. I inhale deeply, then exhale. Then I start to chase it.
Oh.
I swear, past, present, and future, there were never to be a single version of these hallways that does not convert my hatred, or covet my hatred. I pant as I reach a dead end in the hallway. The labyrinth had almost started to become familiar to me, but now it's as if everything has been reset back to nonsense. I retrace my steps back to a set of diverging halls. I pick up the sound of chains coming from the left. But from the right, there's another sound. My chest tightens. I don't have time for this. Oh shit, fuck it, let's go left. I'll die. I make my way down the left hall and come face to face with a complex labyrinth of hallways, staircases, and windows. My chest tightens as I begin to feel overwhelmed. But I hear it. The chains. I swallow hard, take a deep breath, and then open up my ears to the sound. This is our one and only chance for freedom. My toes curl and I dig my nails into the floorboards. I center all the tension of my body into my paws, then break out into the run towards the rattle of metal. I will find you! I'm panting heavily when I finally come to a stop again. After a series of running through doors, finding dead ends, and leaping through perilous gaps in the floors, I find myself face to face with the hidden door, the one I've slipped through a handful of times by now. It's held wide open for me, beckoning me to enter. I sneak into the greenhouse on drenched paws from the rain and keep my body low to the ground. When I had first walked into the greenhouse, it was bursting with color and life. The rose bush was a shard of the night sky that had fallen down to earth. Now there is not a star that remains amongst the withered veins and vines and leaves. My heart mourns its loss. It was as grand as it was monstrous in its desire for blood, but I still found it no less lovely. When it still stood in all of its grandness, I had found Dove at the base of the rose bush. But now, at its most lifeless, I find the witch. He holds something in his hand, and he brings it to his mouth. Blood caps. It almost looks like crystallized gore. Its glow does not dull, even in a dehydrated state. Its streaks of light pierce through the witch's fingers as if he were holding a piece of the sun. The dried mushroom crunches loudly between his teeth, and when he swallows, the boon of the blood cats brings him to his knees. His body seizes and his legs lock up, dropping him to the tiled floor. A wet cough claws its way up from his throat, and his body shakes in a way that looks painful. He gasps for air. A glowing cloak of red light pulses over his body briefly. When the violent effects of the blood cap finally start to settle, the witch wipes his mouth and moves until he is kneeling in front of the small bundle of withered flowers. I watch as he digs into the pocket of his trousers and produces a small notebook. He snaps it open with the flick of his wrist. A chunk of chalk is wedged between the pages. Immediately, he draws out a magic circle on the floor before the dead flora. A gust of wind blows into the greenhouse and swirls through the space, sweeping the scent of wood and spice into my nose. I slowly move around, watching the witch's back intensely until the thurible comes into view. The silver censer sits at the witch's side. I can feel my blood rushing through my veins, and I move in. The air shimmers with magic when the witch activates the magic circle he's drawn. I catch a glimpse of the hooded purple flowers blooming back to life. Then a twig snaps under my paw. The witch's head snaps in my direction. Up close, I can see his bloodshot scarlet eyes behind his skull mask, and the sheen of sweat over his pale skin. He glances down to the thurible at my feet. I fling myself toward the thurible, but I don't make it fast enough. The witch's hand catches onto the fur of my neck, and he grips me by the scruff. His eyes look at me with pity. Nice try, mutt. I snap my teeth at him and growl and try to claw at his face to get away, but all it does is make him hold me at an arm's length. Oh, after all the inconvenience you've caused me. His eyes darken and I wilt under the pressure of his gaze. I think it's time for you pay for all the inconveniences you've caused me. Oh. Damn! Sucks. Oh! All the sound effects. That's a lot of sound effects. Well. I'm actually gonna get up and make tea. This feels like a good break point. So everybody get up, get yourself a drink, a snack, have a little walk around, a stretch, use the bathroom, all that good stuff.
theme of big old sadly gardening. Alright, back to it. Okay, where's my save? This here. This one.
Tiptoe down the right hallway, and the sound I've come to investigate grows clearer. I recognize what awaits me from the sound alone. The dull clink of fluttering velvet wings against glass makes my ears stand up straight.
Oh!
In the dark, the bioluminescent red wings of dove's moths clash within the jar that traps them. It sits mysteriously right in the middle of the floor, like a lantern floating in the middle of a sea.
Does it time you? Oh yeah.
I dare to think it had been placed here just for me to find, because I'm finding that there's little coincidence to the strangeness that occurs here. My head spins as I search for whoever, or whatever, could have left the moths here, and all I find is eerie emptiness. I stare down the jar in contemplation, then I wrap my jaws around the glass and carefully pick it up. Perhaps this is a sign of divine intervention, but a terrible feeling tells me something more wicked is brewing here. My pace quickens as I continue to search for the boy. I'm panting heavily when I finally come to a stop again. After a series of running through doors, finding dead ends, and leaping through perilous gaps in the floors. What the heck? I find myself face to face with the hidden door, the one I've slipped through a handful of times by now.
Oh, you gotta get the jar for him. Gotcha. Held wide open for me, yada yada yada.
The moth jar cradled between my teeth seems to burst with vigor the closer I get to the witch. The silver censer sits at the witch's side. I can feel my blood rushing through my veins and I move in. The air shimmers with magic when the witch activates the magic circle he's drawn. I catch a glimpse of hooded purple flowers blooming back to life. Then a twig snaps under my paw. The witch's head snaps in my direction. Up close, I can see his bloodshot scarlet eyes behind his skull mask, and the sheen of sweat over his pale skin. He glances down to the thurible at my feet. Then I throw down the jar of carnivorous moths onto the floor with every scrap of my might. The witch yells out as a cloud of red wings explodes right in his face.
Damn. Who at me?
The sound of high-pitched chirping vibrates through the air and makes my ears go flat on my head. There are far more moths than what was contained, but I take it as a magical blessing. I dive for the thurible between the chaos. As soon as I have the chains of the thurible between my teeth, the squeaking of the moths vanish. I throw my head up and then shrink back in terror. The boy stands before me, jaw clenched in a sneer. Every moth that had attacked the witch had been incinerated and now falls to the floor in ashes. The boy holds his fist up, the magic circle on the back of his hand oozes blood dripping down past his wrist. His image wavers as the witch rises to his full height behind him. He raises both his arms and spreads them like wings. Red magic circles blossom over his exposed skin simultaneously with the witch's. The floor beneath me lurches and trembles, making me stumble on shaky legs. I hear two voices merge into one. You will not be leaving this place alive.
Whoa! Or dead! Oh shit. I tilt my head to get a good look. He angry.
I clench my jaw around the change of the thurible. The boy's sick, twisted grin merges with the witch's rageful expression. Like parting smoke, he takes a step towards me, brimming with magic. The entire mansion rumbles as I dodge creeping vines, rushing away from the witch and out of the greenhouse on slippery tiles. When I'm back inside, I throw myself through the hidden door and roll onto the floor. Rain soaks my fur and my vision spirals. My senses take a moment to return to me, and when they do, a noise pounds against my skull. The grandfather clock lets out a blaring toll that rings down the halls. I release a shaky breath and squint at how bright everything is now. It's like I've stepped into a completely different house. Oh! Whoa! Hey, Angie! The walls bleed a red. The walls bleed a red so bright it strains my eyes. Crimson runs down the windowless panels, making the space feel like it's closing in on me with every toll of the clock. In addition, my whole body tenses as I look up to the ceiling. Suddenly, I miss having shadows to blend into. Maybe then, I wouldn't feel so exposed to the bone-white faces of the dolls that hang in the tangles of string. I instinctively try to lower myself onto the floorboards. The blood that pumps from them is sticky and warm. Wood and bone rattle above me in reaction to the sound of the Thuribal's chains clinking. The chains will attract their attention. My mind starts to spiral. I feel every chime of the clock's bell like a lash. I should say it again. Maybe I can match each swing to the bell? I straighten my neck and hold my head up a little higher. Every time I heard the witch use the thurible, it sounded like it was swinging in a controlled rhythm. Iron clangs from the top of the spiral staircase. I have to find Dove, now! I slowly move forward, then start swinging the thurible. Click the symbol before the timer runs out! That's cute! Oh. Purple smoke swirls around me, and like a parted curtain, the halls I had walked through that very first night revealed themselves. I steadily move forward and continue my search of Dove, and desperately try not to think about the wood that creaks behind me. Above me, the joints of the dolls click with a very unnerving twitch. I try to keep my heartbeat steady, my presence non-existent. But a strange noise from above almost makes my paws tangle beneath me. It's all your fault. I pretend I don't hear it. Oh, the eyes! All the little eyes, so cute! My jaw aches, but I continue to push onwards. Dove is so close, I can feel it. And the footsteps behind me are as well. The dolls above seem to be growing restless. He cussed for you! They look for me vigilantly. It's a terrible idea, but I hasten the pace of the swinging thurible. Whoa. Woo! Bong, 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 bong. My nerves are wound so tight, I feel like the pressure in my chest is on the verge of imploding. But I hear her. My ears pick up Dove's small sobs behind a door. The smoke materializes it before me. My heart leaps with relief. We can finally leave together. A noise halts my steps. It stops so abruptly that I drop the thurible. The sound of something tearing turns my blood into ice. It's not paper nor fabric that is torn. It's something much more terrifying. It is space itself, forced apart, threads broken and parted, allowing something to come through. The door that bars me from reaching Dove explodes in a mass of splinters. I duck under the floor as debris showers me. Down the hall, every other door follows the same pattern. I force myself to look up through the sawdust that pricks my eyes. Dove cowers on the floor, shielding her head with her arms from the wood that rained down on her from the explosion. I can see her palms smeared with blood. When I look down to the floor before her, I can faintly make out the smudges of crimson under the debris. Dark tears drip down Dove's cheeks, and she stares at something with wide eyes. The smell of sulfur pierces through the air, then the growls come. My body trembles in horror. I prayed I would never have to hear them again. The sounds that come from inside the room are the exact same ones that had started this entire nightmare. I hear the tap of sharp nails on the floorboards, and I jerk back from the door. Bile threatens to curl up my throat, My ears lay back and my tail crawls between my legs. No, it can't be. Dove looks so small compared to the shadow that stretches over her.
I failed.
I found you, little wolf. I turn my head slowly. No. I cower back from the witch and the growls that come from Dove's room. I feel my whole body go numb with defeat. Dove cries out as the creature moves through her, and the witch's arms light up with spells. He clenches his teeth and blood runs down his nose. Infernal tunnels blow out from the palms of his hands. The creature launches itself at Dove and meets the witch's flames. It burns into nothing, and I only watch helplessly as Dove crawls away from the violence until she's curled up against the wall. When the beast is nothing but ashes, the witch casually steps over the cinders and walks over to his daughter. Come now, little one. They're gone now. He beckons her towards him, and I watch as she throws her arms around his shoulders and cries into them. The witch picks Dove up in his arms and then moves towards me. A wave of nausea rolls through me. I have to run. I step back and then I feel something dig into my flesh. I look down and see black threads wrap around my body. I cry out and try to pull away from it, but it ensnares me completely like a web. I look down to polished shoes and whimper. I raise my gaze up to Dove in desperation. She looks at me through tear-streaked eyes, then looks away. Oh. My ears completely flatten. It's over. The witch reaches for something behind me. In an instant, I see the flash of a dagger. Don't worry. Your death will be of great use to me. My love. Finally, after so long, you're back. Wicked one. Come out, my darling. We have so much work to do. I have so much to teach you. Come, look, Dove. This is what weakness looks like. I'll make sure you never know it. What? What? I thought we killed her ass. Huh? What if I just let it run out? Let's see what happens. Bad end. I freeze at the crack of every doll's head snapping in my direction. Oh gods, I messed up the timing. I go numb with dread. I blink and every doll now stands on ground, completely ready to surround me. You can't abandon us, Dove! Uh-oh, he found us. What to do with us? Break her neck again? Searching for an answer, his eyes light up when he lands in the crowd of dolls. Ah, now there's an idea. We're gonna get fed! Towards you, shrink to the floor. Already your favorite toy. I'll have to make sure she never loses you. Ah! No. Dove is crying. She hiccups loudly and crushes me against her chest. What's wrong, Dove? It feels so strange. I want to comfort Dove. Dove shifts and places me on the floor. And she starts to leave. I start to follow her. I can't move. Dove? Wait, Dove! No. No! Come back! Don't leave me! Dove, come back! Dove! No. Maybe you need to mess up the last one? How many? There's gotta be a bunch of endings.
Let's see what happens. What? What? Hang on. Maybe you gotta swing the thurible, but don't when it speeds up? Okay. Ah! Hang on. Okay, so like do the first section and then gotcha, yeah. Wait, I don't do this one? Pretty sure I'm just gonna get turned into a doll again. Yeah. No! The final sequence? Wasn't there one? Oh, right, Jesus, okay. Yeah, okay. I thought there were only 2 for some reason. No. I might have to just like go back a whole lot. We'll see. I clicked it! Oh, it was in the same spot twice. Aren't you funny? Okay. Do another save. Okay, Maybe I just entirely locked myself into that bad ending by having her, like... I don't know. Maybe that's just where that one ends. Let's load. Big. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, go on. Quickly bolts back up to her feet. I bark out in worry, staring when she throws herself into the ghost's embrace. Duff cries out, but she has not released her grip on the ghost's dress. I guess she's used to it. Receiving warmth that also comes with a sting. Dove tries to speak, but she can only make sounds of agony. I whimper and stay stuck to my spot. My claws dig into the floor, and I despise how helpless I feel as I do nothing but watch Dove burn. Dove's knees give out under her, and I race for her. I let her back fall onto me and wince sharply at the redness of her hands as she holds them up. Her delicate skin now blisters and bleeds. Dove squeezes her eyes shut. Thick tears drip down her chin. Then it comes. The disembodied sound of wind chimes guts me. Time is up. Dove's cries make my body feel so cold. The door to Dove's bedroom flies open and slams against the wall. I feel Dove go still as a statue under my head. Lift my head up from her lap and hand and petting. Okay. Ingy. Wait, skip. Whoa! Whoa, what? Hang on. Right, Right. Perhaps she's right. Let's try this one.
Maybe it's true. Only a monster can love Dove. I look down at my paws, and I know for a fact that if I were to bleed, my blood would burn just like hers. Maybe nothing will be different on the outside. After all, there's no such thing as a normal childhood for children like us. And other kids are playing by the creek to catch crayfish, blah blah blah.
You have to leave this place.
Not without you. Hey. We're trying to get something that's not the bad end. Kiss Alucard.
Get kissed, Stinky.
Yeah, girl, we're friends.
She crying. What's this game? This is Dicentra. It's a little indie visual novel. Came out last year, and I'm only getting around playing it again now. We did the first part in October. It's been a while. Da Ross.
mercy. Boom. Yeah, let's go to Dove. Find Dove wandering the halls, frantically searching for me. When she sees me, she sucks a sharp breath and starts to rush over to me. Did you find anything? I start to nod and remember I had left the thurible behind to study with the witch. My ears flop. Do you know where it is? I look up at her and nod, feeling shameful that I was able to retrieve the thurible fast enough. She gives me a soft smile. Then we'll get it together. Dove's words stoke a fire in me. She stands tall and puts on a brave face as we start to head back together. I lead the way on hurried feet. Uh-oh. Dove's footsteps start to follow me, then I hear them stop. Pause, then look back in confusion. Ah. Okay. Let's go right again. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Ah! Ah! Wait! What? I didn't want you to click skip that far! Hang on! What? Hang on! What was that last one I got? I don't have that. I got that one. There's so many I haven't gotten. Jesus, okay. Must be because I was mean to her or something. Hang on. What am I missing here? Where do I have to go? I'm missing something. Hang on. I think I've deviated quite a while back, actually, now that I think about it. Dicentra. Ugh. Ending guide. I don't even know if it exists. Ending completion guide. Oh, is this by Dev? It's by Dev! God bless Dev. Okay, let's see. Hang on, what? I need at least 10 points to get that end. Hang on, hang on. That ends 6. Okay, hang on, hang on. Each ending will make a rose appear on the menu screen. Collect them all and make okay, wait, hang on. Okay, so I've got 3. I've only got 1 end. Squint. Hang on, chat. We'll figure it out.
Huh? I might just be able to go to the very start and like fucking turbo our way through this. Yeah, let's do that. No, wait, hang on. Sorry, hang on, hang on, hang on. There was the one where I bit her, and I didn't mean to bite her. Wait. Okay, that might work. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh. No, wait, can I pause? So, I am gonna get this other bad end here, just intentionally. Let the timer run out. No, it's too late! He gonna get me. Well now. Here's the doggy. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Damn. Damn. Bad end 2. What's this one? Wait. No. Hang on. This isn't gonna work, actually, now that I think about it. One sec. Yeah, the first run I went for the fucking Thurman thing instead of Dove, but I think the reason why I keep getting the bad end is I don't have enough points, because I did bite her in the start. I might need to just, like, restart the game. I'm just trying to see how many bad ends have I gotten. I guess I could just restart it and then just start branching out from there. Doesn't really matter. Okay, let's go back. Hang on. Quit. Y'all. Actually, wait. It's gonna close the window. Hang on, gang. Turbo speedrun. Yeah. It'll be okay. Okay, start. Skipple. God Speedster, we're out there, dude.
Oh, don't eat it. Don't eat the meat. Yeah, so I think that's what it is that if you don't have enough friendship points with her at the end, when her dad is like carrying her away and she snubs you, that's why. I did all I could for her, and it still wasn't enough, because I bit her. Wow.
Wow. Yishu.
Ah, creatures! Ah, creatures! Help me! Wow! I thought we were friends! I told you we're friends! The freak in the window! Whoa! Yeah, girl. Whoa, scary. Wow, 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 wow. God, that's fast. Oh, give up the pouch. Listen and hide. Bookshelf. Knock, knock! Ah! Little shit. Oh, yeah, of course. Oh. Let's get out of here. Oh, is that water? What? Oh, I save her. Duh. Wow. Do not. No. Okay. Let's see. There. Excuse me. I gotta get it. Okay, now we're getting there. Ah! Alright, now we go. Oh, I might have missed that last one. Hang on. I did. Shit. No. Hang on. It's this one. Hang on. I'll get it right. Don't worry. I saved over it. Ball. It's okay. Hang on. Hang on. I can literally just go back through all of this real quick. Isn't this peak entertainment game? Yeah, the autosave. Well, okay, wait, hang on. Where's the autosave? What is it? Let me see. Oh, here we go. There we go, thank you. Thank you! You! Bonk, bonk. Whoa. Scary. 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 Oh my god, stop. Oh. Wait, history. Hang on. Dove looks so small compared to the shadow that stretches over her. I failed. I have to save her. Dove startles as I leap over chunks of wood until I reach her. I don't look at the beast. I slide under Dove's torso and push her up off the floor. She gasps, then follows my lead and rises up on her own. My body moves completely separately from my mind as I drag Dove with me by her sleeve. We barrel down the halls, hindered by enchantments no more, until the wide-open frame of the kitchen's back door is right in front of us. The witch's scream echoes through the entire mansion. Wait, hang on. The witch isn't like the dad? Yeah, I guess so. Dove! The floor beneath us trembles. I see Dove's feet hesitate behind me, right at the threshold. So I get behind her and shove her through the door by throwing all of my body weight at her. We tumble outside in a messy heap. Dove scrapes her cheek on dirt and gets gravel embedded in her palms. After taking a moment to recover, she looks at her scratched hands in awe. I pick up the sound of shoes heavily stomping down the stairs inside, and I get up again. Dove's neck starts to twist back, but I grab her sleeve and pull her forward. My eyes meet her watery ones. Run, Dove. And don't stop. Aw. Dove? Dove!
Basil? Move a little more to the right.
I roll my eyes and settle down the grass beside Dove's reclined length. She whines, and I stifle a smile as I lift my hand to shield her face from the light.
Your hand?
She lays in the middle of a grassy hill, surrounded by books and notes aflutter in the breeze. Your cheeks are burnt. If you're gonna fall asleep outside while reading, you should use your books to block the sun.
What if I like my face feeling warm?
Dove flips over onto her stomach and pouts at me.
But, speaking of sleep... Aww.
Oh, are they older now? Aw. I yelp when she reaches out and pinches my cheek.
Nell told me you've been spending too many nights working and not resting.
You wince at her scoldings and give her a sheepish smile. I just balance things out. You sleep too much. My eyes flick away. Besides, I like to stay up just to make sure no monsters crawl out from under your bed. I throw her a hopefully convincing grin. Then I brush my knuckles against her sunburnt cheeks, seeking forgiveness when I see it's not working. Dove is far too perceptive for my own good. She gives me a knowing look and then tips her nose up at me.
Enough. Lie with me and enjoy the lovely weather.
Feels like such a waste to spend such a nice day sleeping, though.
Whoever said sleeping wasn't productive?
Dove shoves my shoulders back and sits up beside me.
I'll even make you a pillow to rest your
weary head on. I raise a brow curiously, then feel a trickle from something growing beneath my head. My eyes shut, appreciating the plushness. Then they blow wide. I sit up so quickly my head spins. I look down at the ivy that sprouted completely from nothing, then snap my head towards Dove. I glance at a bleeding magic circle in the back of her hand, then back up to her face. She grins at me warmly. What did you just do?
I used magic.
You're not a full-fledged witch. Her grin only stretches wider.
I figured out the secret.
I look at her incredulously. Huh? Dove shoves me back down and lies next to me, shoulder to shoulder. How? I try to sit up again, but Dove just places a heavy hand on my chest.
I'll tell you when you wake up.
But I'm not tired.
Don't make me put you in a year-long enchanted sleep.
Fine, fine.
Now, close your eyes and I'll treat you to a hint.
I sigh, and I do as she says. My eyes flutter shut. A cool breeze rushes through the hair on my forehead. The heat of the sun makes my cheeks flush, and the sound of cicadas plays like a soothing hum. I feel one of Dove's hands intertwine with my own as she shifts closer to me. A shadow moves over my eyes, and when I peek an eye open, I see Dove's hand hovering above my face to block the brightness.
This feeling.
I feel her soft breath against my neck, and move my head to lean against hers.
This was all I needed all along. Hey look, you're here in this book.
Aw, that's the sun.
Yes?
You're here as well.
That's a star.
And?
Oh, Dusk and Dawn are also here. They're everywhere in these pictures, just like their fur.
I swept last time.
It's your turn.
I know, but after let's go out for a night walk.
Want to do stargazing again?
Every night with you.
That's cute. Are they both dogs? What?
I don't know what happened. At least they're happy. Hang on. Oh, there's one over there. Oh, there's one on the floor. Hang on. What? There's one there on the floor. There's one there. I missed that one. Okay. Got that one. The true end. I guess you have to get How do I do that? Is this 6? I think I got it. Okay, hang on. That's bad in 7. Okay, cool. Alrighty. We zoom. Go somewhere else. So scary. Ah! Oh, did I do that wrong? Hang on. Burp, 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 burp. Knock, knock. Bung, bung, bung. Pull her away. The fucking flies. What? The sound effects. I feel like someone ragdolling, yeah. Oh, go right. Oh shit! Fuck! Ah! Use the. I don't. I'm so bad at this. Where? Where are you? Okay, wait, hang on. Since I've already gotten everything, I should just be able to go from this point, right? The autosave. Look. Yes? Oh, no. No! In theory. Nah, hang on. Let's start from here. This one's pretty close.
Hiya. What's up?
I'm gonna... Oh, a true end. Whoa. Hang on. I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna say. I gotta go. See you later, girl. Sometimes you're just too far gone. I can't save her. I trip over chunks of wood as I step away. Dove's eyes swing to me, and her crying face is the last thing I see.
Basil?
Before I spin away and run. The sound the sound Dove makes pierces right through me. As my body carries me away, her voice drowns out all my other senses.
Don't leave me!
Her scream is so raw with desperation that it makes my mind shut down. I whimper my way through the entirety of the house. No. What am I doing? Whatever Dove had done has completely shattered the glamour that had enchanted the entire mansion, leaving it nothing more than cold and dusty. Wind breaks through the windows and howls like it had been waiting 1,000 years for this moment. It moves against me and makes my skin feel like ice. My head feels like it's underwater, like I'm stuck in a dream, where running feels like trying to move through quicksand. The world around me moves in slow motion. Time is stretched into an agonizing flow that forces me to memorize every little detail as punishment for the grave sin I'm committing. Every little chip and fragment of wood embedded into the pads of my paws, the burn of the wind in my eyes, the smell of the flowers and old books that start to lose out to the smell of wet decay. My lungs burn, starving for air. My eyes observe every crack in the floorboards and every tear in the wallpaper. The back of my skull pounds with an overwhelming need to cry. But this prison I've trapped myself in denies me, like a punishment. Outside the windows, the moon sits against a black night sky, surrounded by glittering white stars. The light that shines on the floor lights my path to freedom, but in my heart, this does not feel like freedom at all. I have to go back. When I reach the kitchen, the door frame is empty of anything that could be in my way. I can't just leave her. I scream against the walls of my mind, but I don't stop. I can't stop, because I've never known anything more terrifying than the beast Duff had brought in. As I reach for the exit, I accidentally slam my shoulder into the leg of the kitchen table and send a bowl of something tumbling down to the ground. Purple flowers rain down on me, and I quickly shake them off and continue on. I run through pieces of broken wood and break through a wall of damp summer air. When I feel grass beneath my feet again, I stop dead in my tracks. I take in deep gulps of the humidity. My ears flick at the sounds of the dry lawn crunching under my paws. I'm free. Then a painful surge of emotion crawls its way up my throat. I release a heart-wrenching howl so full of relief and sorrow. The pressure inside my skull feels like it could unmake me. I cry in the only way I can and race for home. The sun only just begins to peek out from the horizon by the time I scratch the door of my grandmother's cottage with mindless desperation. I whine and cry when I hear footsteps start to approach the door. "Begone, you critter, before you leave scratch marks all over my door!" My head hurts so much with agony and joy when I hear her voice. The second the door swings open, I barrel into the house and cry against my grandmother's skirts. I breathe in the smell of herbs and fresh linens. What in the hells? What's got a tiny thing like you so shaken? I see her squint down at me, and when she looks into my eyes, they flash with recognition. She drops to her knees and takes my head in her hands. It can't be. Her eyes search the depths of mine. When she finds what she seems to be looking for, she shoots off the floor and starts rummaging through her shelves. I hear her already hissing at scoldings under her breath, and I bow my head shamefully. Unbelievable! She works quickly, gathering everything she needs, a dusty old journal of spells and chalk. The circle she draws is similar to the one I've drawn myself, only everything seems to be in reverse. I stare at it in dread and anticipation. After everything, I can't believe I would even try to delay this. I've just been trapped for so long, I feel like it'll be so hard learning how to walk on 2 feet again. With haste, child, come! Let's get you fixed. My grandmother waves me over to the circle with a small dagger she holds in my hand. Take a deep breath and then move on to the circle, one paw at a time. It's so cold. The necklace Dove had made for me had been ripped apart during the transformation. Each precious bead sits scattered all over the floor, reflecting a face I've almost forgotten. My grandmother silently throws a blanket over my shivering bare shoulders, then closes it tightly around me. I can see her hands tremble as they move from the quilt to hold my cheeks between her palms. I release a shaky exhale, and shut my eyes, preparing for the lecture of my life. Where have you been, Basil? My eyes pop open and my mouth drops in shock. Every tear I haven't been able to shed now spills out uncontrollably. I choke out a sob and throw myself into the warmth of my grandmother's arms, and then cry out a lifetime's worth of tears. Oh, he's a baby. It takes a long time for my sobs to bubble into weak hiccups. My grandmother pats down my hair, and then her hand pauses. I sniffle and curl up against her chest. Gods. My shoulders bump at her sudden exclaim, and I lean back to see something she holds through swollen eyes. She quickly drops a purple flower onto her lap, and then pulls a handkerchief out of her pocket to pick it back up. Why in the hell are you covered in wolfsbane? Oh. When I try to speak, my voice comes out hoarse. The rough state of my unused vocals makes me cough out my words. Wolfsbane? That's the flower the witch was gathering. It must have clung to me from when I knocked over that bowl in the kitchen. A lick of dread enters my veins. My grandmother stands quickly and checks me for any more stray blooms. You didn't let it touch your skin, did you? It's highly toxic. My eyes grow to the size of saucers, and I shoot up from the floor. Toxic? The quilt that was covering me falls, and she circles around me. Good, you have no more on you. My cheeks burn, and I quickly wrap myself in the blanket once more. What does it do? My grandmother throws the lone wolfsbane into a small jar, already filled with a few of the same flowers. A long, unpleasant list of things. Tingling at best, paralysis at mild, death at worst. My heart drops. My mind takes a moment to process her words. Why would such a poison be in the kitchen? I freeze. The door of the cottage is still swung open. I hear the old hinges creak, then a soft coo. Slowly, I turn my head to it. In the brightness of the rising sun, a little dove hops in front of the entrance to the cottage. I watch it curiously, entranced by its sudden appearance. Then my eyes are drawn to a small patch on its chest. Red blooms right in the center of the dove's white chest, and I feel a chilling blanket of anxiety drape over me. Dove? Not just any dove. That one's known as the bleeding heart dove. I feel the world lurch sideways. My grandmother cocks her head at me and raises a brow, and startles when I suddenly throw myself at her. Tears prick my eyes, and I cling to her arms desperately. We have to go back. You will be explaining everything to me after this, boy. Honestly, to be doing this in your stages, what have you been up to? Nothing good. The sun is high in the sky when we finally reach the mansion. It's strange seeing it so bathed in light from the outside. It gives off a completely different aura. A hollow one. I feel nauseated after the trek back under the merciless heat. At least the cicadas are far less offensive to my human ears. I lean my hand against the doorframe of the back door and stare inside. Part of me is terrified to take a step inside. I fear the nightmare will start all over again. But I have to find her. I stumble through the threshold and nothing happens. It's only been hours since I was last here, but it feels like it's been weeks. Without hesitation, I bolt through the house in search of her. I slip on splintered wood and glass and I swallow hard. My grandmother yells out at me as I take off without her. Oi, slow down, Basil! My shoes tap on the floorboards as I run down the halls and throw my head into the rooms for signs of Dove. My voice cracks as I call out for her. Dove! My legs feel like jelly, but I force them to move. I search every room, replaying my history with them in my head, as if they're relics of my past and not places I had lived in less than a day ago. Every room feels foreign from my human perspective, and the more I search, the more panic spreads through me. Please, please, where are you, Dove? My shoes skid to a stop in front of her room. Last time I couldn't find her, she was just hidden away behind the curtains of her bed. My jaw tightens and I rush into the room. My hands grab fistfuls and my heart pounds in my chest. My mind pictures her there, asleep, alive, just waiting for me to come back for her. Will she forgive me for running away? I tear open the curtains and stagger back a step. I feel a tear slide down my cheek. I hear my grandmother's slow steps approach the bedroom from behind me. What a depraved place. I see her brush a hand against the frame of the door from the corner of my eyes. I stare into the empty bed before me. It's practically a void of magic with how little there is here. She takes a step into the room. Just what on earth happened? She suddenly lurches back and places a hand on her chest. Hells. I glance at her and furrow my brows in confusion. She stares at the floor in horror. When I follow her gaze, all the blood drains from my face. My eyes grow wide and I gape at the pool of dried blood that sticks to the floor. Right in the middle of a large magic circle. I drop to my knees in front of it and touch the blood with the tips of my fingers. Tears gather in my eyes. Dove.
After he saves me from the hounds, he makes me tea. As the poison takes effect, he draws a circle around my frozen form. I can't do anything, so in my head I say a protection spell my mother had taught me. I didn't believe it was a real spell, but it worked. It brought him to me the first time I used it. So it has to work again, right? I stare at the doorway and start the spell. Sins and sunlight. My stomach hurts. Time and tea. He dusts the chalk off from his hands. Altars and art. I see the flash of a dagger. Bleeding hearts. And Basil.
I have to do this. I'm sorry.
And Basil. I watch the door, waiting for him to appear.
Forgive me, Dove.
He gently moves me onto my back, and I stare up at the point of a blade. The steel reflects my fragile mortality back at me. This is the closest I've ever felt to human. No. No! Tears well up in my eyes as he raises the dagger. And Basil! Basil! The dagger plunges straight into my heart. Dying feels like falling into water. I float in cold nothing, and for some reason, I'm not alone. He says I can call him Belphegor. I tell him his name is too long. He laughs. His laugh is a loud, patient thing, like he has all the time in the world to unleash it. Then the water is pulled from under me. My father looks confused when I get back up. My blood covers his hands and clothes. A shadow engulfs him. I turn my head and squint at the sunlight that has broken past the horizon line. Outside my window, a man hovers in the air with bat-like wings that stretch out behind him. I blink, trying to see if he's nothing more than a trick of the light. His shoes tap as he steps into the room and kneels before me. The smell of roses is so familiar. It's like he's walked straight out of a dream I'd forgotten as soon as I woke up. He takes a chunk of my hair in his hand and smiles softly.
Look at that. It's like it's made from pure starlight.
Ooh.
Light glints off his sharp canines.
We match.
I look down at the white strand he holds, then up at him. Horns curl out from the sides of his head. That's mine? I bite down on my lip and my chest starts to grow tight. I look up at the stranger with round eyes. Am I dead? A voice from behind startles me back into reality.
What the hell is going on?
The demon's expression falls as he stands, taking me with him in his arms. I go stiff as a board in his tattooed arms. When he notices, he only shoots me a quick wink and faces my father. I stare at him with pinched brows, but my body relaxes slightly in his hold. Why does it feel like I've known him for a long time?
Apologies. I know we had a little arrangement.
I see Belphie run his tongue over the points of his sharp canines, and he grins.
But did you know?
The air rushes out of my lungs when Belphie suddenly flies forward, until he stands over my father's fallen form. The demon's vermilion eyes glow dangerously as he leans forward. I've never seen my father cower like this before. Satisfaction and embarrassment sweep through me. I wonder if Belphie can read my emotions, because his mouth stretches into a toothy smile.
Traumatized daughters are much more interesting to make deals with.
The demon straightens.
And really now, can you imagine how boring it would be if I just let you have your wife back after sacrificing your own daughter?
I freeze as I take in his words. He did all that just to bring her back? I feel my throat start to close on me and I start to choke down a sob. Am I really not enough? Belphie continues on as I start to shake. I feel his grip on my shoulder slightly tighten. He looks down at my father with scorn.
No, it it's time to start a whole new game of cat and mouse. Can you guess who will be playing who?
My father goes pale. His eyes meet mine. I see blood well up on the back of his hand. I flinch back in alarm from the flames that erupt towards us and twist my head into the demon's chest. I feel the heat brush against my cheek and expect to feel the pain of 1,000 needles, but it does not meet my flesh. Belfi doesn't flinch away from the flames. When I turn my head, I see him absorb the blaze with nothing but the palm of his hand. He gives my father a sour look. I quiver in his arms and stare in disbelief. Tears drip down my face.
Cheater.
My lip trembles, then twists into a sneer. You tried to kill me! I thrash in Belfi's arms, trying to claw my way to him.
Little dove. He didn't just try, he succeeded.
He looks at me in shame and regret, as if he has any right to feel that way. How could you? Belfi's arms restrain me, but for a moment I feel him slip, on purpose. I finally get close enough to tear my nails down his face before I'm pulled away. He cries out and slaps a hand over the blood that now runs down his face. He backs away and looks at me with shock. My vision goes red with malice, and all the hurt and betrayal I feel pours out of my mouth in a banshee scream. I'll kill you! Belfi reels me back again.
Now, little bird. A little taste for blood is all you get. For now. Be good and you can have more when you're ready.
I pant from exertion and continue trying to break free. Belfi cradles me against his broad chest tightly and smiles down at me. When he looks back at my father, it completely melts away.
You.
He flinches as the demon focuses his cold gaze on him.
Start running, or we will catch up too quickly.
He looks at me one more time. He looks at me almost like a parent would before he hides behind his wolf skull.
Dove.
I snarl at him like a wounded beast. Crimson eyes widen, fists curl, and his shoulders slump forward. His body lurches forward with a violent cough, and I quickly avert my eyes, pretending I don't see the blood he expels onto his hand. From the corner of my eye, I see him look up at me one more time. Then he disappears into a wisp of smoke. The second he disappears, everything slams down on me all at once. Exhaustion weighs me down, and all I can do is flop against Belfi. My eyes squeeze shut, and I try to lock up the tears that threaten to spill over. Right now, there's only one thing I want. I want to go outside. Belfi's chest vibrates as he laughs at my request.
Shall we go stretch those wings, little dove?
I stand in the light that pours through the door. The door to outside. I can feel the warmth that radiates off the sunlit floorboards and curl my toes into it. Belfi stands in the doorway, waiting patiently for me.
Well, what are you waiting for?
For it to disappear again. To wake up from this dream. I don't know, something terrible. Anything that will make a fool out of me for having hope. A gentle breeze blows towards me. It smells like the forest. I grip onto the skirt of my dress like it's a life rope, and I dangle over an endless abyss. And Belfi holds out his hand towards me.
Come now. There is much to do.
I jolt. My heart jumps at his words. I barely register the first step I take towards him. But I feel the next one. The one after even more so. Each new step feels defiant. As I grow closer, my confidence starts to build like the crescendo of a song. Tears prick at the corner of my eyes. I can feel even more warmth from the sun. And before I know it, I'm running recklessly towards freedom. I wait for the door to slam in my face, for everything to wash away into nothing like a cruel jest. But despite that, I let a feeling bubble up within me. Hope. I feel like the only dove who's ever been without it. As I burst through the door and rush into the tall grass, I let it wrap around my heart like a sheet of steel. And I won't let anything take it from me again.
Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Citra Salimaki? Saliamaki? Yeah, I could tell that was a northern voice of some kind. Wow! Cool game! I like this game a lot! Wait! What are we thinking? How was that? Yeah, that was a good short game. Hope it gave me a little inspiration. Absolutely, of course. The true ending was bittersweet. That's the way it's supposed to be, man. Boy, oh boy. Alright. I guess that'll be it for us today, then. Really like the voice actor for Basil and Dove. Wow, I'm sure that person would be very happy to hear that. What was I gonna say? Since we managed to finish this earlier than the 1st of August, I'm not gonna, obviously, not gonna make any promises here, but if I'm not to, I would like to start Goody Little Two Shoes tomorrow, probably. Feel like I've heard him in something before. Maybe one or two things. If you keep your ear out in the next coming months and weeks, you might even hear me in more things. It's almost like the future. I may exist to do more work. What do you think, gal? Who do we send them off to? Let me see. Who do we got? I don't know if anybody's streaming right now. Twitch. Do we have a piff? Do we have an ever-present piff? I believe we do. Alright, chat, you know what to do. We go get him. Thank you so much for coming out, everybody. I hope you had yourself a good time. I will do my best to upload this in a timely fashion onto the VOD channel. I don't think we had any new follows or subscribly bibblies today, but thank you for being here either way. And I will see you probably in the next couple days. Whoa.